My best friend seduced my husband, then sued me when I exposed her affair. The absolute destruction caused by my former best friend Vanessa, 31, and the legal nightmare that followed has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about loyalty and friendship. I'm 33 now, and what Vanessa did to my marriage while pretending to support me through a difficult time is something I'm still trying to process 2 years later. Vanessa and I were best friends since college, over a decade of shared memories and unwavering support. We were each other's maids of honor, spent holidays together, considered ourselves sisters. When I married my husband Jason 5 years ago, Vanessa was the first person I told when we got engaged. She was thrilled for us, and our families became intertwined. 3 years into my marriage, I was diagnosed with breast cancer at 30. Aggressive, requiring immediate surgery and chemotherapy. Jason was supportive, but struggled with seeing me sick. The treatments were brutal. I lost my hair, lost weight, felt like a shell of myself. Vanessa stepped up during this time, coming to appointments when Jason couldn't, bringing me meals, sitting with me during the worst days. I thought she was being the friend I'd always known her to be. I trusted her completely with my vulnerable moments, with my fears about whether Jason still found me attractive, with my worries about our marriage surviving cancer. She listened sympathetically and assured me Jason loved me and that we'd get through this together. What I didn't know was that Vanessa had started sleeping with Jason 2 months into my chemotherapy. While I was at my weakest, losing my hair and fighting for my life, my husband and best friend were having an affair. They'd meet at her apartment on days when Jason claimed to be working late. She'd text him supportive messages about me while simultaneously planning their next encounter. I finished treatment after 8 months and was declared cancer-free. I was exhausted, emotionally drained, but ready to rebuild my life and marriage. That's when things got strange. Jason became distant, staying late at work constantly, being secretive with his phone. Vanessa suddenly had less time for our friendship, claiming work was overwhelming. I suspected something was wrong, but not what it actually was. I thought maybe Jason was struggling to reconnect with me after seeing me sick for so long. I went to Vanessa for advice about rebuilding intimacy in my marriage. She told me to be patient, that Jason needed time to process everything we'd been through. The whole time, she was the reason there was distance between us. I found out about the affair 6 months after finishing treatment. Jason left his email open on our home computer, and I saw messages between him and Vanessa. Not just logistical planning, but intimate messages, discussions about their feelings, complaints about how difficult it was to hide their relationship. Messages dated back to the middle of my chemotherapy. The betrayal was so massive I couldn't process it. My husband and my best friend, during cancer treatment, for months, while I trusted them both completely. I confronted Jason first, and he admitted everything. Said he'd fallen in love with Vanessa, that she understood him in ways I didn't, that my cancer had changed our marriage. He actually blamed my illness for driving him to cheat. I confronted Vanessa next, and she had the nerve to act like they were victims of an impossible situation. Said she and Jason had tried to fight their feelings but couldn't. She claimed they'd waited until after my treatment to act on anything, a lie contradicted by Jason's own emails. She said she hoped I could eventually understand, and that we could all move forward maturely. Jason moved out and filed for divorce immediately. Didn't even pretend to try to save the marriage. Vanessa and Jason went public with their relationship within weeks, posting photos on social media like they were a normal couple who hadn't built their relationship on betrayal. Mutual friends were horrified, but some took a neutral stance, saying relationships are complicated and we should all move on peacefully. I was devastated, angry, and wanted everyone to know exactly what they'd done. I wrote a detailed post on Facebook explaining the timeline, how they'd started their affair during my chemotherapy, how Vanessa had pretended to support me while sleeping with my husband, how Jason had blamed my cancer for his cheating. I included screenshots of their emails showing the dates and the content of their relationship. I tagged mutual friends and family so everyone would see the truth. The post went viral within our social circle. Vanessa's family was mortified. Jason's co-workers saw it, and he faced questions at work. Friends who'd been neutral immediately cut contact with both of them. Vanessa's reputation was destroyed, people calling her predatory and cruel for targeting a vulnerable friend's husband during cancer treatment. That's when Vanessa sued me. She claimed I'd defamed her character and caused her emotional distress and professional damage. She said my Facebook post contained private information shared without consent and had been crafted maliciously to destroy her reputation. She was seeking $150,000 in damages for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Her lawsuit argued that while the affair happened, I'd misrepresented the timeline and circumstances to make her look worse than reality. She claimed they'd only had an emotional affair during my treatment and didn't become physical until after I was cancer-free. She said my post implied she'd manipulated a sick woman's husband, when really, they'd fallen in love naturally and tried to be respectful about timing. I hired a lawyer using money from my divorce settlement. My lawyer said truth is a defense against defamation, and that I could prove everything I'd posted was accurate using Jason's emails and text messages. Vanessa's claim that it was only emotional during my treatment was contradicted by explicit messages between her and Jason discussing their physical relationship during that time. The case dragged on for a year. Vanessa's lawyer argued that even true statements can be defamatory if shared with malicious intent, and that my Facebook post was clearly designed to harm her reputation rather than inform people. My lawyer argued I had a right to share my experience, and that Vanessa had no reasonable expectation of privacy regarding an affair she'd conducted with my husband. Discovery was brutal. Every email, text message, and communication between Jason and Vanessa was examined. Jason had to testify about the timeline and details of their affair. Vanessa had to explain messages where she explicitly discussed sleeping with Jason while I was in treatment. Her claim about respectful timing fell apart completely under scrutiny. Mutual friends were deposed about what they knew and when. Several testified that Vanessa had acted as my support system during cancer, while privately complaining to them about how my illness was affecting her relationship with Jason. She'd actually told friends she felt trapped supporting me when she wanted to be with Jason, but had to maintain appearances. The trial lasted 3 days. Vanessa's lawyer tried to paint me as vindictive and cruel for publicly shaming her instead of handling things privately. My lawyer showed the jury the timeline of the affair, the messages proving it was physical during my chemotherapy, and Vanessa's own words about maintaining her friendship with me as cover for the relationship. The jury deliberated for 6 hours and ruled in my favor. They found that everything I'd posted was substantially true, and that sharing my experience didn't constitute defamation. Vanessa was ordered to pay my legal fees of $45,000. The judge specifically noted in his ruling that truth cannot be defamatory, regardless of the poster's motivations. Vanessa appealed the decision. The appeals court upheld the ruling 8 months later, adding another $15,000 in legal fees that Vanessa owed me. She'd spent probably $80,000 total on lawyers to sue me for defamation, and ended up owing me $60,000 instead. Jason and Vanessa are still together, engaged now. They moved to a different city to escape the social fallout from the affair and lawsuit. Vanessa lost most of her friend group, and her family barely speaks to her. Jason's relationship with his parents is strained because they were horrified by his behavior during my cancer treatment. I've moved on with my life. I'm cancer-free, divorced, and in a new relationship with someone who actually supports me. The $60,000 Vanessa owes me in legal fees comes in slow payments through wage garnishment. At her current rate, she'll be paying me for the next 12 years. But here's where it gets complicated. Vanessa's mother reached out to me last month. She apologized profusely for what her daughter did and said she was ashamed of Vanessa's choices. Then she asked if I'd consider forgiving the remaining debt, about $48,000 at this point, because the financial strain is preventing Vanessa and Jason from buying a house or starting a family. Vanessa's mother said her daughter has suffered enough, that the social consequences and destroyed reputation were punishment enough without the ongoing financial burden. She said Vanessa is in therapy and genuinely remorseful, that she made terrible choices, but deserves a chance to move forward. She offered to pay me $10,000 if I'd forgive the rest. Some mutual friends who know about the request think I should take the $10,000 and move on. They say holding on to the debt is just tying me to Vanessa and Jason when I should be focused on my own healing and future. They argue that revenge won't change what happened or make me feel better long term. Other friends think Vanessa should pay every cent she owes. They say she sued me maliciously after destroying my marriage during cancer treatment, and facing financial consequences for her failed lawsuit is entirely her own doing. They argue that forgiving the debt would send a message that her actions didn't have real consequences. My new boyfriend has stayed neutral, but mentioned that $10,000 now might be better than small garnishment payments over 12 years. He's not wrong from a purely financial perspective, but it's not really about the money. It's about whether Vanessa should get relief from consequences of her own choices. I'm also thinking about the precedent. If I forgive this debt, am I saying what she did was forgivable? Am I letting her off easy for an affair during my cancer treatment, followed by a frivolous lawsuit? Or am I just prolonging my own healing by staying financially connected to someone who hurt me so deeply? Vanessa's mother said I have 2 weeks to decide about her offer. She says Vanessa is too proud to ask me directly, but the debt is crushing their ability to move forward. She implied I have the power to either help them build a life or keep them stuck in the past. My therapist says this is my decision, and there's no wrong answer. But I keep going back and forth. Some days I want to take the $10,000 and be done with both of them forever. Other days, I think Vanessa deserves to pay every dollar she owes for suing me after what she did. I still have 12 days to respond to Vanessa's mother. I genuinely don't know what to do. My landlord's daughter destroyed my rental application history for revenge. The catastrophic situation created by my former landlord's daughter, Brianna, 26, has left me struggling to find housing and facing potential homelessness, despite having a clean rental history and stable income. I'm 32, and what Brianna did to sabotage my rental applications after I reported her father's illegal apartment conditions has created a nightmare that's been unfolding for the past 9 months. I rented a 1-bedroom apartment in a converted brownstone for 3 years. The landlord was an older man named Frank, who owned the building and lived on the 1st floor. I was on the 3rd floor, and we had a decent landlord-tenant relationship. Rent was reasonable for the neighborhood at $1,400 monthly. I paid on time every month, and I maintained the apartment well. About a year ago, I started noticing serious problems. The heating system was failing during winter, and Frank kept delaying repairs. There were water leaks from the ceiling that he'd patch temporarily but never properly fix. The electrical system was outdated, and outlets would spark occasionally. I documented everything and asked Frank repeatedly to address the issues properly. Frank would make minimal repairs, just enough to make things barely functional, then ignore my follow-up requests. After 6 months of this pattern, I contacted the city housing inspector to file a complaint. The inspector found multiple code violations, including faulty wiring, inadequate heating, water damage creating mold risk, and several other issues that made the apartment legally uninhabitable. The city issued Frank violation notices requiring him to make substantial repairs within 60 days or face fines and potential loss of his rental license. Frank was furious with me for reporting him. He accused me of trying to destroy his livelihood over minor maintenance issues. I explained that I'd asked him to fix things properly for 6 months before involving the city, but he saw it as betrayal. Frank made the required repairs to avoid city penalties, but our relationship was destroyed. When my lease came up for renewal, he declined to offer a new lease and gave me the required 60-day notice to vacate. He was polite but cold, saying he was planning to renovate and increase the rent significantly. I understood and started looking for a new apartment. That's when I met Brianna, Frank's daughter. She lived in the building too, in a renovated garden apartment that Frank had given her rent-free. Brianna worked in property management for a large real estate company, and apparently she was furious that I'd reported her father to the city. She felt I'd been ungrateful for affordable rent and should have just dealt with minor inconveniences. I found a great apartment in a different neighborhood and submitted my application. I had excellent credit, 3 years of on-time rent payments, stable employment as a graphic designer making $72,000 annually, and good references. The landlord seemed enthusiastic about my application and said approval was a formality. Then I got a call saying my application was denied. The landlord said they'd received concerning information from my previous landlord and couldn't move forward. I was confused because Frank had agreed to give me a neutral reference. When I asked for details, the landlord said Frank had reported multiple late payments, property damage, and complaints from neighbors about noise. None of that was true. I'd never paid rent late in 3 years, never damaged anything beyond normal wear, and never had any neighbor complaints. I contacted Frank directly, and he seemed genuinely confused, saying he'd never spoken to any landlords about me. That's when I realized someone else was sabotaging my applications. I applied to 3 more apartments over the next month. Each time, I'd get to the final stages, then receive a rejection, citing concerning information from my previous landlord. Each landlord mentioned different issues, some claiming Frank said I'd been evicted for cause, others saying there were drug-related incidents at the apartment, all completely fabricated. I hired a lawyer to investigate. We discovered that Brianna had been impersonating her father when landlords called for references. She worked in property management and knew exactly what landlords ask about and what would tank an application. She'd been providing false information designed to ensure I couldn't rent anywhere decent. Brianna had access to her father's phone during the day since they lived in the same building. She'd intercept reference calls, claim to be Frank, and give devastating false references. She knew the property management industry well enough to sound credible and knew which red flags would definitely result in application denials. My lawyer sent Brianna and Frank cease and desist letters. Frank was horrified when he learned what his daughter had been doing and agreed to provide written verification that the negative references weren't from him. He wrote letters to the landlords who'd rejected me, explaining that someone had impersonated him and that I was actually an excellent tenant. But the damage was done. Those landlords had already rented to other applicants. My application fees totaled over $800 for apartments I never had a real chance at getting. More importantly, I was running out of time before my required move-out date from Frank's building. Brianna claimed she'd been trying to protect her father from tenants who report landlords to the city. She said I'd caused Frank significant expense and stress with the code violations, and that she was ensuring I faced consequences for my actions. She seemed to genuinely believe she was justified in sabotaging my housing applications. I filed a police report for fraud and interference with business relationships. I also sued Brianna in civil court for damages including application fees, increased housing costs from having to take a more expensive apartment, and emotional distress. The case took 8 months to resolve. Brianna was convicted of fraud and given probation plus restitution. She lost her job in property management when her employer learned about the conviction. The civil judgment awarded me $28,000 for damages, including the difference between what I'd expected to pay in rent and what I actually had to pay after being forced into a more expensive market. Frank sold his building 6 months ago, devastated by what his daughter had done and no longer wanting to be a landlord. He apologized to me repeatedly, but our relationship never recovered from the whole situation. Brianna blamed me for ruining her career and her father's retirement plans. Here's the current situation. Brianna is struggling financially after losing her property management job. The fraud conviction makes it nearly impossible for her to work in real estate or any position requiring background checks. She's working retail and can barely afford her own rent now that Frank sold the building and can't provide her free housing. Brianna's restitution payments come through wage garnishment, but at her current income, it's only $150 monthly. At that rate, she'll be paying me for over 15 years. She's contacted me through a mutual acquaintance, asking if I'd consider settling the remaining debt for a lump sum of $8,000, which she says her mother is willing to loan her. The remaining debt is about $22,000 after 18 months of payments. Brianna's offer would give me $8,000 now, instead of waiting years for the full amount through garnishment. Financially, it might make sense to take the settlement and be done with her. But I'm conflicted. Brianna deliberately sabotaged my housing applications and nearly made me homeless. She cost me months of stress, thousands in application fees, and forced me into a more expensive apartment I'm still struggling to afford. She only showed remorse after facing legal consequences and losing her career. My lawyer says the settlement offer is reasonable from a practical standpoint. Getting $8,000 now is better than $150 monthly for 15 years, especially considering Brianna could file for bankruptcy and discharge the debt entirely. My lawyer recommends taking the money and moving on. My therapist asks whether I want justice or closure. She points out that holding on to the full judgment keeps me connected to Brianna and this situation indefinitely. Taking the settlement would allow me to financially close this chapter, even if it feels like letting Brianna off easy. Some friends think I should take the settlement. They say Brianna has already lost her career and her housing, that she's faced significant consequences, and that extracting another 14 years of payments is excessive. They argue that $8,000 now helps me more than the principle of making her pay the full amount. Other friends think Brianna deserves to pay every cent she owes. They say she deliberately tried to make me homeless through fraud and only cares about settling now because the payments are inconvenient for her. They argue that accepting less than the full judgment rewards her bad behavior and lets her escape the full consequences of her actions. My current landlord, who eventually rented to me after Frank provided written documentation about the fraud, thinks I should settle. He says carrying anger and being tied to someone through a 15-year payment plan isn't healthy. He suggests taking the money and investing it in my own future rather than punishing Brianna's past. But Brianna's mother, who's offering to loan her the $8,000 settlement, has been calling me directly. She's been trying to negotiate the amount down further, suggesting $6,000 or $5,000. She says Brianna has learned her lesson and that I should show mercy. The negotiation attempts are making me less inclined to settle at all. Brianna sent me a letter last week through her lawyer. She apologized for what she did and said she understands why I reported her father to the city, now that she's seen how property management companies can exploit tenants. She said losing her career has been devastating, but has given her perspective on her actions. She asked me to consider the settlement so she can move forward with her life. The letter felt somewhat genuine, but also strategic. Brianna is facing 15 years of garnishment and wants out. Is her remorse real, or is it motivated by self-interest? Does it matter if the result is the same, that settling lets both of us move on? My financial situation is stable now, but not comfortable. I'm paying $2,100 monthly for my current apartment, $700 more than I paid at Frank's building. The extra $14,000 I'd get from enforcing the full judgment versus settling would make a real difference over the years. But so would having $8,000 in hand right now. I have 2 weeks to respond to Brianna's settlement offer. Her lawyer says the offer expires then, and Brianna will continue making the minimum garnishment payments indefinitely if I don't accept. The deadline pressure bothers me, like she's trying to force a decision before I can fully consider it. I keep going back and forth. Some days accepting $8,000 and being done with Brianna sounds like the healthy choice. Other days, it feels like letting her buy her way out of consequences she fully deserves. I don't know if I want justice, closure, or just to be free of this entire situation. The settlement deadline is 12 days away, and I genuinely don't know what to do. My bandmates stole our song rights while I was grieving my father's death. The complete betrayal executed by my longtime bandmate and supposed best friend, a musician named Tyler Morrison, 33. during the worst period of my life, has cost me the rights to songs I wrote and performed for over a decade. I'm 34, and what Tyler did while I was consumed with grief over my father's terminal illness is so opportunistic and legally calculated that I've spent the past 11 months fighting to reclaim my creative work while watching him profit from music we built together. Tyler and I started our band, Midnight Theory, 12 years ago after meeting at an open mic night in college. We were both singer-songwriters who clicked musically and personally. I primarily wrote lyrics and melodies, while Tyler handled arrangements and production. We split everything equally, 50-50 on songwriting credits, performance revenue, and creative decisions. Midnight Theory built a solid regional following over the years. We released 4 albums independently, played hundreds of shows, and developed a dedicated fan base in the indie rock scene. We weren't famous, but we made a modest living from music, around $45,000 annually each from streaming, live shows, and merchandise. The band was our shared passion and identity. Tyler and I wrote together constantly, spending countless hours in rehearsal spaces and recording studios. We'd traveled the country in a van, slept on couches, and sacrificed normal careers to pursue our music. Our creative partnership was the foundation of our friendship. 15 months ago, my father was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. He deteriorated rapidly, and I became his primary caregiver while my mother was dealing with her own health issues. I told Tyler I needed to step back from band activities to focus on my dad. Tyler said he understood completely and that family comes first. We had just finished recording our 5th album, which we'd planned to release in 3 months. The songs were written, recorded, and mixed. We just needed to finalize the release strategy and promotional plan. Tyler offered to handle those details while I dealt with my family situation, saying I could trust him to manage everything properly. My father died 6 weeks later. I was devastated and completely consumed with grief, funeral arrangements, and helping my mother. Tyler texted condolences, but I barely registered them. I was in survival mode, not thinking at all about the band or the upcoming album release. 2 months after my father's death, I started emerging from the grief fog and checked in about the album. Tyler said he'd handled the release and everything had gone smoothly. The album was streaming on all platforms and getting good engagement. He'd post updates on the band's social media and managed the promotional campaign without me. I thanked him for handling everything and said I'd be ready to start performing again soon. Tyler responded strangely, saying we needed to talk about the band's direction and that things had changed during my absence. I assumed he meant we'd need to rebuild momentum after the break in touring. Then I discovered what Tyler had actually done. While I was grieving, Tyler had registered himself as the sole owner of Midnight Theory's trademark. He'd filed copyright paperwork claiming sole authorship of all songs on our new album and our 3 previous albums. He'd updated our streaming distribution to list himself as the only artist, removing my name from credits. Tyler had systematically erased me from the band we'd built together and claimed sole ownership of 12 years of collaborative work. He'd done it during the 2 months when I was unreachable and vulnerable, taking advantage of my grief and absence to steal everything we'd created together. When I confronted Tyler, he claimed he'd been trying to protect the band's assets while I was unavailable. He said he'd planned to add me back to the paperwork once I returned, but wanted to ensure the album release happened on schedule. He acted like the theft was administrative necessity rather than calculated betrayal. But the documentation told a different story. Tyler had consulted with an entertainment lawyer about ownership rights weeks before filing any paperwork. He'd specifically asked about how to establish sole ownership of collaborative works when a co-creator is absent and not responding to communications. The lawyer's advice had given him a roadmap for stealing my rights. Tyler had also opened new bank accounts for the band's revenue that only he controlled. Streaming income, digital sales, and merchandise revenue were flowing into accounts I had no access to. The $12,000 in band savings we'd accumulated was transferred to Tyler's personal account. I hired my own entertainment lawyer immediately. My lawyer said the situation was complicated because Tyler had filed the paperwork during a period when I was genuinely unreachable. Courts are sometimes sympathetic to people who take action to protect business interests when partners are absent. However, my lawyer believed we could prove Tyler acted in bad faith, given our documented 12-year partnership and equal contribution history. We filed a lawsuit against Tyler for fraud, breach of partnership agreement, and misappropriation of intellectual property. We sought to void all the copyright and trademark registrations Tyler had filed, restore my co-ownership of the songs and band name, and recover the revenue he'd taken. The case has been in litigation for 11 months. Tyler's defense is that he made necessary business decisions to keep Midnight Theory operational when I was unavailable. He claims he tried to contact me multiple times during those 2 months, but I didn't respond, forcing him to act unilaterally. He says he always intended to share ownership and revenue once I returned. Text message records show Tyler did send me a few messages during my father's illness and after his death, but they were brief condolences and simple updates about the album release. Nothing mentioned registering copyrights, changing bank accounts, or claiming sole ownership. He deliberately avoided telling me about the legal maneuvers he was executing. My father's death records, my communications with family, and testimonies from friends all established that I was in deep grief and dealing with immediate family crisis during the time Tyler filed the ownership paperwork. My lawyer argues no reasonable person would exploit a partner's grief period to steal their share of a business. Tyler released another album under the Midnight Theory name 5 months ago, continuing to operate the band without me. The album uses songs we'd written together before my father died, but lists only Tyler as writer and performer. He's touring under the band name with new musicians, essentially continuing Midnight Theory as his solo project. The new album has been successful, generating significant streaming revenue and selling out shows in venues we used to play together. Tyler is profiting from the band name and catalog we built together while I fight in court to reclaim my rights. My lawyer says we have a strong case, but entertainment litigation is expensive and slow. I've spent over $75,000 in legal fees so far, money I had to borrow from family and friends. Tyler has more resources because he's been collecting all of Midnight Theory's revenue. The financial imbalance makes the legal fight increasingly difficult. Last week, Tyler's lawyer proposed a settlement. Tyler would pay me $80,000 as a buyout of my interest in Midnight Theory, including the band name, catalog, and all future revenue. The settlement would give me immediate money, but would also permanently end my ownership of work I'd spent 12 years creating. My lawyer says the settlement is worth considering. Going to trial could cost another $50,000 in legal fees with uncertain outcomes. Juries are unpredictable in creative partnership disputes, especially when one party claims they were protecting business interests during the other's absence. Taking $80,000 now might be better than risking a loss at trial while accumulating more debt. But accepting feels like letting Tyler steal my life's work. Those songs represent 12 years of creativity, collaboration, and passion. The Midnight Theory catalog includes music I wrote about my father, my relationships, my experiences. Tyler wants to buy me out of my own artistic legacy for $80,000 while he continues profiting indefinitely. The buyout would barely cover my legal fees, leaving me with almost nothing after years of building Midnight Theory. Meanwhile, Tyler would own everything and continue operating the band I helped create. The injustice is overwhelming. My mother thinks I should take the settlement. She says fighting Tyler is keeping me anchored to grief and anger when I should be moving forward. She lost her husband and doesn't want to see me lose years of my life and more money fighting someone who betrayed me. She wants me to take the money and start fresh. Some musician friends think I should reject the settlement and fight to trial. They say what Tyler did was unconscionable and needs to be publicly exposed. Even if I lose at trial, the court record would document Tyler's exploitation of my grief. The music community deserves to know what he did. Other friends think accepting the settlement is pragmatic. They say $80,000 would let me pay off legal debts and fund new music projects. Fighting Tyler for another year or two while accumulating more legal fees might leave me with nothing even if I win. Starting over might be healthier than continuing to fight over the past. My therapist asks, what would actually help me heal from both my father's death and Tyler's betrayal? She points out that these traumas are interconnected and that continuing litigation might be preventing me from processing my grief. She doesn't push either direction, but wants me to consider my emotional well-being alongside the legal and financial factors. Tyler sent me a personal message last week, separate from the legal settlement offer. He apologized for how things happened and said he understood why I felt betrayed. He claimed he'd made bad decisions while trying to keep the band going, and that he wished we could find a way forward that honored our friendship and partnership. The message felt manipulative. Tyler is facing a trial where his exploitation of my grief will be documented in public record. He wants me to accept the settlement and sign a non-disclosure agreement so his betrayal stays private. His apology is strategic, not genuine. But I'm exhausted. 11 months of litigation has drained me financially and emotionally. I started playing music because it brought me joy, and now it's connected to legal battles and betrayal. Part of me wants to take the money and walk away from Midnight Theory entirely, starting fresh with new projects. The other part can't accept letting Tyler keep the songs I wrote about my father, the music that documents my life and experiences. Those songs are more than intellectual property or revenue streams. They're my artistic expression and personal history. Selling them to Tyler feels like losing another piece of my father. I have 2 weeks to respond to the settlement offer. Tyler's lawyer says the offer expires then and will proceed to trial if I don't accept. My lawyer needs to know soon so she can prepare for either outcome. Some days taking $80,000 and starting over seems like the healthy choice that lets me move forward. Other days, it seems like capitulation to someone who deliberately exploited the worst period of my life. I genuinely don't know which path serves my healing, my creative future, or my financial stability better. The settlement deadline is 13 days away, and I still haven't made a decision I can live with. My brother's best man sabotaged my wedding speech to humiliate me, then needed my help. The disaster caused by my brother's best friend and groomsman, Kyle, 34, during my wedding reception has permanently damaged my relationship with my brother and created a situation I'm still navigating 2 years later. I'm 32, and what Kyle did to humiliate me in front of 200 guests while I was giving my maid of honor speech was so calculated and cruel that I've struggled to move past it, especially now that he's come back asking for help. My older brother Marcus got married 2 years ago to his longtime girlfriend Olivia. I was thrilled for them and honored when Olivia asked me to be her maid of honor. Marcus and I have always been close, despite him being protective and sometimes overbearing. His best friend Kyle has been in his life since college, nearly 15 years of friendship that I've always found puzzling because Kyle has a cruel streak disguised as humor. Kyle was Marcus's best man and seemed to take issue with me being maid of honor from the start. He made comments during wedding planning about how maid of honor speeches are usually boring and emotional, how sisters always cry and make things awkward. He joked that everyone would be waiting for his speech because best man speeches are traditionally funnier and more entertaining. I worked on my maid of honor speech for weeks. I wanted it to be heartfelt, but also entertaining, sharing stories about Olivia and Marcus's relationship while keeping it light and appropriate for a wedding. I practiced it repeatedly and felt confident about the balance between sentiment and humor. I'd shown it to a few friends who all said it was perfect. The reception timeline had Kyle giving the best man speech first, then me with the maid of honor speech. Kyle's speech was indeed funny, full of embarrassing college stories about Marcus and well-timed jokes. Everyone laughed and seemed genuinely entertained. I felt pressure following such a successful speech, but was still confident in what I'd prepared. When I stood up to give my speech, I pulled out my note cards, only to discover they'd been replaced. The cards in my hand weren't my carefully prepared speech. They were a crude parody of a maid of honor speech, filled with inappropriate sexual jokes, mean-spirited comments about Olivia, and embarrassing stories about Marcus that weren't even true. The cards were in my handwriting, perfectly mimicked. I froze for a moment in confusion. These weren't my note cards, but they looked like my writing. I stumbled through the first few lines before realizing what was happening and stopping. The room was silent and confused. I tried to explain that these weren't my actual notes, that someone had switched them, but it sounded like a bizarre excuse for being unprepared. Marcus looked mortified. Olivia looked hurt and confused. Guests were whispering. I abandoned the fake note cards and tried to give my speech from memory, but I was so rattled that I forgot half of what I'd planned to say. My speech ended up being disjointed and awkward, nothing like the polished presentation I'd prepared. After the reception, I found my real note cards in the trash outside the reception hall. Someone had taken them from my purse during the cocktail hour and replaced them with the fake ones. The handwriting analysis was sophisticated enough that I hadn't immediately noticed they were forgeries in the stress of the moment. I knew it was Kyle. He'd been near my purse during cocktail hour when I was taking photos. He had access and motive, given his comments about maid of honor speeches being inferior. When I confronted him, he denied it, but with a smirk that made his guilt obvious. He said I must have mixed up my cards in my nervousness and was looking for someone to blame. Marcus believed Kyle's denial. He said I was being paranoid and making excuses for choking under pressure. He was upset that my speech had been awkward and felt I'd embarrassed him at his wedding. Olivia was more sympathetic but didn't want to cause drama by accusing Kyle without proof. I hired a handwriting expert who confirmed the fake note cards were forgeries, skilled copies of my writing, but not actually written by me. The expert said whoever created them had practice with forgery and likely traced my writing from a sample. I showed Marcus the expert's analysis, but he dismissed it as a waste of money and said I needed to let it go. My relationship with Marcus became strained after his wedding. He felt I'd turned his special day into drama about me. I felt betrayed that he wouldn't believe his own sister over his friend. Kyle continued to be a regular presence in Marcus's life, still smirking whenever he saw me at family events. Fast forward 2 years. Marcus and Olivia are now expecting their first child. Family relationships have remained tense but functional. I've maintained distance from Kyle while trying to preserve my relationship with Marcus. Then, last month, Kyle reached out to me directly with an unexpected request. Kyle is going through a nasty divorce from his wife of 6 years. His wife is claiming he's financially irresponsible and seeking primary custody of their 2 young children. Kyle's wife has hired an aggressive attorney who's painting Kyle as an unstable person with poor judgment. Kyle needs character witnesses who can testify that he's responsible and trustworthy. Kyle asked me to be a character witness for him. He said that testimony from his best friend's sister would carry weight because I'm not directly his friend and would be seen as an objective observer. He said he knows we've had our differences, but that he's desperate and needs people willing to vouch for his character to help him maintain custody of his kids. The audacity was stunning. The man who'd sabotaged my wedding speech to humiliate me now wanted me to testify to his good character in his custody case. I initially thought it was a joke, but Kyle was completely serious. He said his kids need their father and that I should help him regardless of our past personal issues. I told Kyle I wouldn't help him and brought up the wedding speech incident. Kyle finally admitted he'd created the fake note cards, saying it had been a prank that went too far, and that he'd felt terrible about it afterward. He apologized and said he'd been immature and stupid. He claimed he'd wanted to confess many times, but was afraid of losing his friendship with Marcus. Kyle said he understood why I was angry, but begged me to consider his kids rather than focusing on our history. He said his children shouldn't suffer because their father made a mistake years ago. He offered to confess everything to Marcus if I'd agree to be his character witness, essentially trading the truth about the wedding for my testimony. I told Kyle I needed time to think. Then I made the mistake of mentioning the conversation to my mother, who immediately told Marcus. Marcus called me furious that I was still holding on to the wedding speech incident and using it to refuse to help Kyle during a custody battle. He said Kyle had apologized and that I was being vindictive. Marcus said Kyle's kids are innocent and that I should put aside my grudge to help them stay with their father. He said being a good aunt to his future child meant understanding the importance of keeping families together. He accused me of being selfish and petty, choosing revenge over children's welfare. Olivia called me separately and was more measured. She said she believed me now about the wedding speech sabotage after hearing Kyle's confession. She said she was sorry for not standing up for me 2 years ago. But she also said that Kyle's custody situation was about his kids, not about our past conflict, and that I should consider helping if I genuinely believed he was a good father. The thing is, I don't know if Kyle is a good father. I rarely see him with his kids and have no real basis to judge his parenting. What I do know is that he's capable of calculated cruelty, as demonstrated by the wedding speech sabotage. Does that make him a bad father? Not necessarily, but it certainly doesn't make me want to vouch for his character. Kyle's lawyer contacted me directly, asking if I'd be willing to provide a deposition or testimony. The lawyer said they're looking for character witnesses who can speak to Kyle's reliability and judgment. The lawyer mentioned that I'm Marcus's sister, and that family connections to Kyle through his best friend would be valuable testimony. I spoke with my own lawyer friend, who said I'm under no legal obligation to be a character witness for anyone. However, if I'm subpoenaed, I'd have to appear, though I could still testify honestly to what I know, rather than being a character witness advocating for Kyle. My friend suggested that if Kyle's lawyer knows I might give unfavorable testimony, they likely won't call me. But Marcus is putting intense pressure on me to help Kyle voluntarily. He says this is about being a good person and helping children stay with their father. He's implied that my refusal to help is damaging our relationship and making him question whether he wants me closely involved with his future child if I'm this vindictive and unforgiving. That threat hit hard. I don't want to lose my relationship with Marcus or miss out on being an aunt to his baby over Kyle's custody case. But I also can't shake the feeling that helping Kyle rewards his past behavior and validates Marcus's dismissal of what Kyle did to me. Some friends think I should help Kyle because his kids are the priority and shouldn't be punished for their father's mistakes. They say being the bigger person and setting aside the wedding incident would demonstrate maturity and show Marcus that I value family over grudges. They point out that custody cases are serious and that kids genuinely need good parents. Other friends think Kyle is manipulating me again and that I shouldn't reward his behavior by helping him. They say he only confessed to the wedding sabotage because he needed something from me, not because he felt genuine remorse. They argue that someone who would forge note cards to humiliate me at a wedding might not have the judgment and character worthy of custody testimony. My therapist asks what I actually know about Kyle's parenting. Can I honestly say he's a good father or a bad one? If I genuinely don't know, is it ethical to provide character testimony either way? She suggests that maybe the real answer is that I don't have enough information to be a meaningful witness and should decline on those grounds rather than making it about our personal history. Kyle's custody hearing is in 6 weeks. His lawyer needs to know soon if I'll be a witness so they can prepare their strategy. Marcus is calling me every few days asking if I've reconsidered, each conversation becoming more tense and accusatory. Olivia has tried to mediate but is caught between supporting her husband and understanding my position. My parents are split. My mother thinks I should help Kyle for the sake of family harmony and my relationship with Marcus. My father thinks Kyle is manipulative and that I shouldn't feel obligated to help someone who deliberately humiliated me. The family division is making everything more stressful. Kyle sent me a long email yesterday with photos of his kids and descriptions of his relationship with them. He detailed his parenting involvement, the activities he does with them, the bond they share. He said losing primary custody would devastate them, and that he's a good father despite being an imperfect person. He begged me to look past our history and help his children stay with their dad. The email was emotionally manipulative, but also raised real questions. What if Kyle is actually a good father? What if his kids do need him, and I could help by providing testimony? Would I be punishing innocent children to maintain my anger at their father? But then I remember the wedding speech, the deliberate cruelty of forging my handwriting, the humiliation in front of 200 people, the 2 years of Marcus not believing me. Kyle only confessed when he needed something from me. That doesn't suggest genuine remorse or good character. I have 4 weeks to make a final decision before Kyle's lawyer needs my answer. Marcus has made it clear that refusing to help will seriously damage our relationship, potentially permanently. My relationship with my brother and my future niece or nephew is on one side of the scale. My principles and self-respect are on the other. I genuinely don't know which matters more, or what the right choice is. Every time I lean toward helping Kyle, I feel like I'm betraying myself. Every time I lean toward refusing, I imagine missing my niece or nephew's childhood because Marcus cuts me out of his life. The deadline is approaching, and I still have no idea what to do. My brother-in-law secretly bought my business out from under me using inside info. This whole disaster with my sister's husband, Marcus, 40, has basically cost me everything I built over the past decade. I'm 37, and what Marcus pulled off while pretending to be supportive family has left me financially ruined and questioning who I can trust. I started a specialty coffee roasting business 9 years ago. Started small, roasting beans in my garage and selling at farmers markets. By year 5, I had a retail location and was supplying 20 local cafes. By year 7, I was doing $800,000 annually with plans to expand to a second location. The business was my pride and accomplishment, built from absolute nothing. Marcus married my younger sister Diane 6 years ago. He worked in commercial real estate and seemed successful. He was always interested in my business, asking detailed questions about operations, profit margins, suppliers, and growth plans. I thought he was just being a supportive brother-in-law who liked talking shop. 2 years ago, I started looking to expand. I'd found a perfect second location in a trendy neighborhood and was negotiating with the property owner. The lease terms were favorable, the space was ideal, and I was excited about the growth opportunity. I mentioned all this to Marcus during family dinners, asked his advice about commercial leases since that was his expertise. Marcus reviewed my proposed lease and suggested some modifications. He knew my revenue numbers, my expansion budget, my entire business plan. He gave advice that seemed helpful at the time. I trusted him because he was family and supposedly looking out for my interests. Then the property owner suddenly told me they'd accepted another offer. Someone had swooped in with a better proposal and locked up the space before I could finalize anything. I was disappointed, but figured that's how business goes sometimes. I started looking for alternative locations. 3 months later, a new coffee shop opened in the exact space I'd been trying to lease. The branding was suspiciously similar to mine. The business model was nearly identical. They approached several of my wholesale clients and undercut my prices. Within 6 months, this competitor had stolen 30% of my business. I did some digging and discovered the owner of the new shop was a company called Meridian Hospitality, LLC. The registered agent was Marcus. My brother-in-law had used everything I'd told him to create a competing business in the location I'd wanted. When I confronted Marcus, he acted like it was just business, said the coffee industry was competitive, and he'd seen an opportunity. He claimed he'd developed his concept independently, and the similarities to my business were coincidental. He said I was being paranoid and emotional about normal market competition. Diane initially defended Marcus, said he'd been planning his coffee shop for over a year and that I was accusing him unfairly. But when I showed her the timeline, the lease negotiations, and how Marcus had used information I'd shared privately, she started questioning his story. I hired a lawyer to investigate. We discovered Marcus had done way more than just open a competing shop. He'd contacted my suppliers using information about my accounts and negotiated better rates by promising higher volume. He'd approached my wholesale clients with inside knowledge about my pricing and undercut me strategically. He'd used confidential information I'd shared with him to systematically target my business. The most damaging discovery was that Marcus had used my business plan almost verbatim. My lawyer compared the pitch deck I'd shown Marcus with the materials Meridian Hospitality had used to secure funding. Whole sections were copied directly. Financial projections, marketing strategies, operational procedures, everything I'd developed over 9 years was stolen and repackaged as his original concept. My business started hemorrhaging money. I'd lost key wholesale accounts. My retail location was seeing reduced traffic because Marcus's shop was pulling customers, and I couldn't compete with his lower prices because he'd stolen my supplier relationships. Within a year of Marcus opening his shop, my revenue dropped 60%. I had to lay off 3 employees, then 2 more. Eventually, it was just me running the retail location alone, roasting beans at night and handling sales during the day. The business I'd spent a decade building was collapsing because my brother-in-law had used my trust against me. Diane finally confronted Marcus with all the evidence. He admitted he'd used information from our conversations but insisted he hadn't done anything illegal. Said business intelligence was gathered from all sources, and I'd been naive to share so much. He claimed I should be grateful because his success proved the market opportunity I'd identified was real. Diane filed for divorce. She was horrified that Marcus had systematically destroyed her brother's business using family connections. Marcus acted like she was overreacting, said couples disagree about business ethics all the time. She moved out within 2 weeks. My lawyer filed a lawsuit for misappropriation of trade secrets, breach of confidential relationship, and unfair business practices. The case was strong because I could prove Marcus had access to my proprietary information solely because of our family relationship, and had used it to directly compete against me. The lawsuit revealed even more damage. Marcus had been bad-mouthing me to potential investors, telling them my business was poorly managed and that his operation was superior. He'd used my reputation and relationships in the industry to build credibility for himself while undermining me. He'd positioned himself as the legitimate operator and me as the struggling amateur. Marcus's lawyer tried to argue that business information shared casually at family dinners couldn't be considered confidential. My lawyer proved I'd explicitly told Marcus things in confidence, asked for his advice as family, and had a reasonable expectation that he wouldn't use that information to compete against me. The trial took 8 months. The evidence was overwhelming. Emails showed Marcus had copied my business plan almost word for word. Testimony from suppliers confirmed Marcus had used details about my accounts to negotiate his own deals. Former employees testified they'd seen Marcus taking notes during family gatherings when I discussed business strategies. The jury awarded me $450,000 in damages for lost business and misappropriation of trade secrets. Marcus was also ordered to pay my legal fees of $120,000. The court issued an injunction requiring Marcus to cease using any business practices, branding elements, or strategies derived from my confidential information. But the money couldn't undo the damage. My business was barely surviving by the time the verdict came in. I'd lost my momentum. My reputation had been damaged by Marcus's smear campaign, and my customer base had fractured. The $450,000 judgment helped, but couldn't restore what I'd lost. Marcus filed for bankruptcy 6 months after the verdict. Meridian Hospitality LLC was dissolved, and his coffee shop closed. He couldn't afford the judgment, had overextended himself financially, and his reputation was destroyed once the truth came out about how he'd built his business through theft. I got about $200,000 from the bankruptcy proceedings, a fraction of what I was owed. Marcus lost everything too, his business, his marriage, his reputation. But he'd already killed my business in the process of building his, so we both ended up in ruins. I closed my coffee shop 8 months ago. After 9 years of building it, the doors closed permanently because I couldn't recover from what Marcus had done. I sold the equipment, broke the lease, and walked away from everything I'd worked for. Diane feels tremendous guilt, even though none of this was her fault. She's been supportive, but our relationship is strained because every conversation reminds us both of what Marcus did. Family gatherings are impossible because my parents don't know how to handle the situation. Marcus reached out through a mutual acquaintance last month. He's apparently in therapy and wants to make amends. He acknowledges what he did was wrong and says he's spent the past year understanding the damage he caused. He asked if I'd be willing to meet so he could apologize properly. Diane thinks I should hear him out. She says Marcus is genuinely remorseful and that meeting might give me closure. My parents agree. They want some path toward family healing, even though they acknowledge Marcus's actions were unforgivable. But I spent 9 years building something from nothing, and Marcus destroyed it in less than 2 years, using information I gave him because I trusted him as family. The coffee business was my identity, my financial security, and my future. Now I'm 37, starting over from scratch, working as a consultant for other people's businesses instead of running my own. I'm working as a business consultant now, using my experience to help other small business owners avoid the mistakes I made. It pays the bills, but it's not the same as having my own operation. Every time I walk past the empty storefront where my shop used to be, I feel the loss all over again. The request to meet with Marcus is sitting in my inbox. He wants to apologize in person and discuss if there's any way he can make things right. The mutual acquaintance who reached out said Marcus seems genuinely changed and desperate for forgiveness. Part of me wants to tell him to never contact me again, but another part wonders if hearing his apology might help me move forward. I haven't been able to let go of the anger and betrayal, and maybe confronting him directly would provide some resolution. I have until the end of the week to decide whether to respond. My financial security and my future. Now I'm 37, starting over from scratch, working as a consultant for other people's businesses instead of running my own. I'm working as a business consultant now, using my experience to help other small business owners avoid the mistakes I made. It pays the bills, but it's not the same as having my own operation. Every time I walk past the empty storefront where my shop used to be, I feel the loss all over again. The request to meet with Marcus is sitting in my inbox. He wants to apologize in person and discuss if there's any way he can make things right. The mutual acquaintance who reached out said Marcus seems genuinely changed and desperate for forgiveness. Part of me wants to tell him to never contact me again, but another part wonders if hearing his apology might help me move forward. I haven't been able to let go of the anger and betrayal, and maybe confronting him directly would provide some resolution. I have until the end of the week to decide whether to respond. My financial security and my future. Now I'm 37, starting over from scratch, working as a consultant for other people's businesses instead of running my own. I'm working as a business consultant now, using my experience to help other small business owners avoid the mistakes I made. It pays the bills, but it's not the same as having my own operation. Every time I walk past the empty storefront where my shop used to be, I feel the loss all over again. The request to meet with Marcus is sitting in my inbox. He wants to apologize in person and discuss if there's any way he can make things right. The mutual acquaintance who reached out said Marcus seems genuinely changed and desperate for forgiveness. Part of me wants to tell him to never contact me again, but another part wonders if hearing his apology might help me move forward. I haven't been able to let go of the anger and betrayal, and maybe confronting him directly would provide some resolution. I have until the end of the week to decide whether to respond. My financial security and my future. Now I'm 37, starting over from scratch, working as a consultant for other people's businesses instead of running my own. I'm working as a business consultant now, using my experience to help other small business owners avoid the mistakes I made. It pays the bills, but it's not the same as having my own operation. Every time I walk past the empty storefront where my shop used to be, I feel the loss all over again. The request to meet with Marcus is sitting in my inbox. He wants to apologize in person and discuss if there's any way he can make things right. The mutual acquaintance who reached out said Marcus seems genuinely changed and desperate for forgiveness. Part of me wants to tell him to never contact me again, but another part wonders if hearing his apology might help me move forward. I haven't been able to let go of the anger and betrayal, and maybe confronting him directly would provide some resolution. I have until the end of the week to decide whether to respond. My financial security and my future. Now I'm 37, starting over from scratch, working as a consultant for other people's businesses instead of running my own. I'm working as a business consultant now, using my experience to help other small business owners avoid the mistakes I made. It pays the bills, but it's not the same as having my own operation. Every time I walk past the empty storefront where my shop used to be, I feel the loss all over again. The request to meet with Marcus is sitting in my inbox. He wants to apologize in person and discuss if there's any way he can make things right. The mutual acquaintance who reached out said Marcus seems genuinely changed and desperate for forgiveness. Part of me wants to tell him to never contact me again, but another part wonders if hearing his apology might help me move forward. I haven't been able to let go of the anger and betrayal, and maybe confronting him directly would provide some resolution. I have until the end of the week to decide whether to respond. My financial security and my future. Now I'm 37, starting over from scratch, working as a consultant for other people's businesses instead of running my own. I'm working as a business consultant now, using my experience to help other small business owners avoid the mistakes I made. It pays the bills, but it's not the same as having my own operation. Every time I walk past the empty storefront where my business partner's wife convinced him I was embezzling, then took over my company. The complete implosion of my business partnership with my college roommate Derek, 36, and the role his wife Melissa played in destroying everything we built together has left me financially ruined and questioning 12 years of friendship. I'm 36 as well, and the way Melissa systematically convinced Derek I was stealing from our company while positioning herself to take control is something I never saw coming until it was too late. Derek and I started our digital marketing agency right out of college. We were equal partners, 50-50 ownership, and built the company from 2 guys with laptops into a thriving firm with 23 employees and $3.2 million in annual revenue. We complemented each other perfectly. I handled client relationships and creative strategy, while Derek managed operations and finances. We trusted each other completely and never had serious conflicts about the business. Derek met Melissa 5 years ago, and they married quickly, within 8 months. She worked in corporate finance and seemed smart and ambitious. I liked her initially and was happy Derek had found someone. She took an interest in our business, asking detailed questions about revenue, profit margins, and growth strategies. Derek started bringing her to company events and eventually made her an informal advisor on financial decisions. About 3 years ago, Melissa started expressing concerns to Derek about our financial management. She told him our profit margins should be higher given our revenue, that our expenses seemed inflated, and that someone might be siphoning money. Derek mentioned these concerns to me casually, and I showed him our books. Everything was legitimate, and our margins were actually quite good for a service business. Derek seemed satisfied, and I thought that was the end of it. But Melissa kept planting seeds. She told Derek that partners often hide financial impropriety from each other, that I had more control over client billing than he did, and that he should be more vigilant about where money was going. She offered to do a financial audit as a favor, using her corporate finance expertise to make sure everything was clean. Derek agreed without telling me. I found out about the audit when Melissa requested access to our business accounts and billing records. I was annoyed that Derek had authorized this without discussing it with me first, but I had nothing to hide, so I provided everything she requested. Melissa spent 2 months reviewing our financials, company credit card statements, vendor payments, and client billing. Her report to Derek claimed she'd found irregularities. She said I was overbilling certain clients and pocketing the difference, that I'd created fake vendor accounts to funnel money to myself, and that I'd been systematically stealing from the company for years. She estimated I'd taken approximately $340,000 over a 4-year period. Derek confronted me with Melissa's findings. I was shocked and told him it was completely false. Every transaction she'd flagged had a legitimate explanation. The overbilling was approved rate increases that clients had agreed to. The vendor accounts were real companies we worked with regularly. I offered to show him documentation for everything, but Derek said Melissa had already reviewed all the documentation and found it suspicious. Our partnership started fracturing. Derek became cold and distant. He started questioning every financial decision I made and asking for documentation on routine transactions. He moved his office to a different floor and stopped attending client meetings with me. Melissa had convinced him I was a thief, and our 12-year partnership was disintegrating based on her false accusations. Then, Derek served me with a lawsuit. He was suing to dissolve the partnership and seeking $170,000, half of what Melissa claimed I'd stolen. The lawsuit included Melissa's financial analysis as evidence and requested a full forensic audit of the company. Derek also filed an emergency motion to freeze my access to company accounts until the case was resolved. I hired a lawyer and a forensic accountant immediately. My forensic accountant reviewed every transaction Melissa had flagged and found zero evidence of embezzlement or fraud. The overbilling she'd identified was documented in client contracts as agreed-upon rate increases. The vendor accounts were legitimate businesses with proper invoices and work product. Melissa had either wildly misunderstood basic business transactions or had deliberately misrepresented them. My lawyer discovered something even more troubling during discovery. While Melissa was supposedly conducting her audit, she'd been in contact with several of our major clients. She'd introduced herself as Derek's wife and a financial consultant, offered to review their accounts and billing, and subtly suggested there might be problems with how I was managing their projects. She was positioning herself to take over client relationships. We also found emails between Melissa and Derek discussing their plan after they forced me out. Melissa would join the company as Chief Financial Officer, taking my salary and role. Derek would own 100% after buying me out at a discount due to the embezzlement allegations. They'd restructure the company with Melissa as an equal partner and split the increased profits between them. This wasn't about protecting the business from embezzlement. This was a calculated plan to push me out and install Melissa in my place. She'd fabricated financial irregularities to create grounds for dissolving the partnership, then positioned herself to step into the void. Derek had been complicit, either knowingly or because Melissa had manipulated him into believing her analysis. The forensic audit I commissioned came back clean. No evidence of embezzlement, no financial impropriety, everything properly documented and legitimate. I filed a countersuit against Derek for breach of fiduciary duty and against Melissa for tortious interference and defamation. I also filed a motion to continue the partnership under court supervision until the case was resolved. But the damage was done. Several clients had heard rumors about financial problems and left. Employees were worried about the company's stability, and 3 key people quit. Our reputation in the industry took a hit because word spread about the embezzlement allegations and lawsuit. Revenue dropped by 35% in 6 months while Derek and I fought in court instead of running the business. The trial lasted 2 weeks. My forensic accountant testified that there was no embezzlement and that Melissa's analysis was either incompetent or deliberately misleading. Melissa had to testify about her qualifications and methodology. Under cross-examination, she admitted she'd never done this type of business audit before and had relied on her corporate finance experience, which was in a completely different context. My lawyer showed the jury Melissa's emails with Derek planning to take over the company after forcing me out. We showed her communications with clients where she'd inappropriately inserted herself into our business relationships. We proved that her embezzlement allegations had no basis and were designed to manufacture grounds for dissolving the partnership so she could take my place. The jury ruled in my favor on all counts. They found no evidence of embezzlement and determined that Derek had breached his fiduciary duty by authorizing Melissa's involvement and believing her analysis without proper verification. They found Melissa liable for tortious interference and defamation. The judge ordered Derek to buy me out at full fair market value, which an appraiser set at $1.6 million for my 50% stake. But Derek and Melissa didn't have $1.6 million. The company's value had dropped significantly due to the lawsuit and client losses. Derek would have to sell the company to pay me out, and in its current damaged state, it wouldn't fetch anywhere near $3.2 million. We were both facing financial ruin because of Melissa's scheme. The judge appointed a mediator to figure out next steps. Derek wanted to keep the company and proposed paying me out over 10 years with interest. I refused. I couldn't stay in business with someone who'd sued me for embezzlement based on his wife's false allegations. I wanted my buyout money and to be done with both of them. The mediator suggested selling the company to a competitor and splitting the proceeds according to the court's valuation. We found a buyer willing to pay $2.4 million for the assets, client list, and brand. After legal fees and debts, the net proceeds were $1.9 million. I was entitled to $1.6 million based on my court-ordered buyout, leaving Derek with $300,000 from the company we'd built together. Derek was devastated. The company he'd spent 12 years building was gone, sold for less than it should have been worth, and he was left with a fraction of what it should have given him. Melissa's plan had backfired completely. Instead of installing herself as CFO of a thriving company, she'd destroyed the company and left her husband with financial scraps. But I wasn't much better off. Yes, I got my $1.6 million, but I'd lost my company, my business partner of 12 years, and my reputation had taken a hit from the embezzlement allegations, even though I was exonerated. I had to start over professionally at 36, when I should have been running a successful agency. Melissa was ordered to pay me $75,000 in damages for defamation and tortious interference. She and Derek are paying it through a garnishment plan that will take years. Their financial situation is apparently dire. Derek is working as a consultant, making a fraction of what he made as a company owner. Melissa lost her corporate job during the lawsuit due to the time commitment and negative publicity. Here's where it gets complicated. Derek reached out 3 months ago through a mutual friend. He apologized for everything, said Melissa had manipulated him, and he'd been blind to what was really happening. He said their marriage was falling apart because of the financial strain and the realization that Melissa had destroyed his business and partnership. He admitted he should have trusted me over her and that he'd made terrible decisions. The mutual friend said Derek is in bad shape financially and emotionally. He's living in a small apartment. His marriage is basically over, and he's trying to rebuild his career from nothing. Derek apparently told the friend that he'd give anything to go back and handle things differently, that losing our partnership and the company was the biggest mistake of his life. The friend asked if I'd consider meeting with Derek to talk, not about rekindling the partnership, but just to give Derek some closure and maybe forgive him for what happened. The friend said Derek is in therapy dealing with guilt and regret, and that hearing from me might help him move forward. I'm conflicted. Derek chose to believe Melissa over me after 12 years of partnership. He sued me for embezzlement based on her fabricated analysis. He participated in planning to force me out and install her in my place. Yes, she manipulated him, but he made choices that destroyed our partnership and damaged my reputation. But I also remember the friendship we had before Melissa, the late nights building the company, the celebration when we signed our first major client, the trust we had in each other. That Derek wouldn't have done any of this, and maybe There's a part of him that was genuinely manipulated by someone he loved and trusted. My girlfriend thinks I should stay away from Derek. She says he made his choices, and I don't owe him forgiveness or closure. She worries that meeting with him will just reopen wounds that are finally starting to heal. She points out that I'm rebuilding my career successfully and don't need the emotional weight of Derek's guilt. My therapist is more neutral. She says forgiveness is for my benefit, not Derek's, and that I should consider whether meeting with him would help me find peace or just cause more pain. She's not pushing either direction, but wants me to be honest about my motivations and expectations. Some mutual friends think I should meet with Derek. They say our friendship and partnership meant something for 12 years before Melissa entered the picture. They argue that holding on to anger isn't healthy, and that Derek is genuinely remorsant about what happened. They think giving him a chance to apologize might help both of us move forward. But other friends think Derek doesn't deserve my time or forgiveness. They say he was an adult who made choices to trust Melissa over me, to sue me, to plan my removal from the company. They argue that being manipulated doesn't excuse the harm he caused, and that I have no obligation to help him feel better about his decisions. I've spent the past 3 months thinking about this. Some days I'm ready to hear him out, and maybe find some closure. Other days, I'm still angry about everything he put me through, and don't want to see him at all. I've built a new consulting practice that's doing well, and I'm finally feeling stable again. Part of me doesn't want to risk that stability by diving back into the emotional complexity of what happened with Derek. The mutual friend is waiting for my answer. Derek apparently knows the friend reached out and is hoping I'll agree to meet. I have no idea what I want to do. Would meeting help me move forward, or just drag me backward? Does Derek deserve forgiveness after what he did, even if Melissa was the instigator? I honestly don't know what the right answer is. The friend wants to know by next week if I'm willing to meet Derek for coffee. I still haven't decided. My contractor abandoned our renovation with $75,000 and refuses to return it. The financial disaster caused by my general contractor, a seemingly reputable man named Paul Henricks, 48, has left my family living in an uninhabitable house while he keeps our money and ignores legal demands for completion or refund. I'm 42, my wife is 40, we have 2 young kids, and what Paul did by abandoning our whole house renovation after collecting 80% of the contract price is so brazenly fraudulent that we've spent the past 9 months in legal hell while paying both our mortgage and emergency rental costs. My wife and I purchased our dream home 18 months ago, a 1920s Craftsman that needed significant updating. We knew it would require extensive renovation, but loved the home's character and location in a great school district. We budgeted $95,000 for renovations and planned to live in the house during the work. We found Paul through multiple referrals from neighbors who'd used him successfully. His company, Henricks Home Renovations, had been operating for 15 years with mostly positive online reviews. We met Paul several times, reviewed his portfolio, checked his license and insurance, and felt confident hiring him. Paul's contract specified a $95,000 total price for the full renovation. Updated kitchen and bathrooms, new electrical and plumbing, refinished floors, and various cosmetic improvements. The payment schedule was $25,000 up front, $35,000 at 50% completion, $25,000 at substantial completion, and the final $10,000 upon final inspection and our approval. We paid the initial $25,000 in January when Paul started work. The project timeline was 4 months, with expected completion in May. Paul's crew began demolition, and we moved temporarily to my mother's house with our kids to avoid construction dust and noise. The first month went reasonably well. Paul's crew completed demolition, began electrical work, and ordered materials. Paul was communicative, and the project seemed on track. When he requested the second payment of $35,000 at what he claimed was 50% completion, we trusted his assessment and paid it. We'd now paid $60,000 of the $95,000 contract price. Then things slowed dramatically. Paul's crew showed up irregularly and made minimal progress. When we asked about the schedule, Paul blamed supply chain delays and subcontractor scheduling conflicts. He assured us the project would be completed, just slightly behind schedule. By late April, after 4 months, the house was maybe 40% complete. The kitchen was gutted with no cabinets installed. 2 bathrooms were demolished but not rebuilt. Electrical work was partially done but not inspected. The house was an uninhabitable construction zone. Paul requested the third payment of $25,000, claiming substantial completion. We refused because the house was nowhere near substantially complete. Paul became defensive and said he'd overrun on labor and materials costs and needed the payment to continue. He said withholding payment would delay the project further. We agreed to advance $15,000 as a compromise, bringing our total payment to $75,000 against the $95,000 contract. Paul said he'd use the funds to order remaining materials and schedule subcontractors to finish. He promised completion by mid-June. Paul's crew stopped showing up entirely in early May. Paul stopped responding to our calls and texts. When we went to the house, no work was being done. Materials that had been ordered weren't delivered. Subcontractors we called said Paul hadn't scheduled them or hadn't paid their previous invoices. We realized Paul had abandoned our project. We'd paid him $75,000 and he'd left our house gutted and uninhabitable. We couldn't move back in and couldn't afford to hire a new contractor without recovering our money from Paul. We sent Paul a formal demand letter through a lawyer. Paul responded through his lawyer saying he'd done $75,000 worth of work on our project and owed us nothing. He claimed cost overruns and our refusal to pay the third payment in full had made the project financially unsustainable for him. He said our contract was effectively terminated by mutual abandonment. This was absurd. The house was maybe 40% complete, and Paul had collected 80% of the contract price. Industry standard would be paying no more than 50% at the halfway point. Paul had extracted maximum payment for minimal work and then abandoned the project. We hired another contractor to assess what had been done and what remained. The assessment showed approximately $35,000 worth of completed work against the $75,000 we'd paid Paul. He'd overcharged us by $40,000 or had taken payment for work he never did. The new contractor quoted $68,000 to complete the renovation, including fixing some work Paul's crew had done incorrectly. Between Paul's abandonment and the completion costs, we'd end up paying $143,000 total for a project originally budgeted at $95,000. We couldn't afford to pay the new contractor $68,000 while also trying to recover $40,000 from Paul. We were stuck in legal limbo with an uninhabitable house, making mortgage payments on a property we couldn't live in while paying $2,200 monthly for a rental apartment. We filed a lawsuit against Paul for breach of contract, unjust enrichment, and fraud. We sought return of the $40,000 overpayment, plus damages for the increased costs of completing the project and our temporary housing expenses. Our total damages exceeded $80,000. Paul's defense was that he'd done the work he was paid for, and that any remaining issues were due to our failure to make timely payments per the contract. His expert witness claimed the completed work was worth $70,000, close to what we'd paid. The dispute became a battle of expert opinions about the value of partially completed renovation work. The litigation has dragged on for 9 months. Depositions, expert witnesses, document production, and motion practice have cost us $42,000 in legal fees. We're hemorrhaging money on legal costs, temporary housing, and mortgage payments while the house sits empty and deteriorating. Meanwhile, Paul continues operating his business and taking new clients. We've tried warning people through online reviews and neighborhood social media, but Paul threatens defamation lawsuits against anyone who disparages him. He's effectively silencing his victims with legal threats. We discovered through the lawsuit that we're not Paul's first abandoned project. He has a pattern of collecting large upfront payments, doing partial work, abandoning projects, and fighting in court over whether he completed proportional work. He's been sued at least 4 other times in the past 6 years with similar fact patterns. Paul appears to use litigation costs as leverage. He knows homeowners can't afford prolonged legal battles and will eventually settle for less than they're owed, rather than continue fighting. He's calculated that extracting $40,000 from multiple clients and settling for $15,000 to $20,000 each is more profitable than completing projects properly. Our lawyer says we have a strong case, but that winning at trial and actually collecting a judgment are different things. Even if we get a $80,000 judgment, Paul could hide assets, file bankruptcy, or simply ignore the judgment. Contractor fraud cases rarely result in full recovery. Last week, Paul's lawyer proposed a settlement. Paul would pay us $25,000 to settle all claims, and we'd release him from any further liability. The offer is about 30% of what we believe we're owed, but would at least give us some funds to hire the completion contractor. Taking the $25,000 settlement would mean Paul keeps $15,000 of our money while leaving our house in ruins. He'd face no real consequences for abandoning our project and could continue doing the same to future clients. The injustice is infuriating. But rejecting the settlement means continuing litigation for another 6 months minimum before trial. We'd spend another $25,000 in legal fees with no guarantee of winning or collecting. Meanwhile, we'd continue paying double housing costs and watching our dream home deteriorate. My wife wants to take the settlement. She's exhausted by the stress and wants to move forward with completing the house, even if it means Paul gets away with theft. She says our kids need stability and that fighting Paul indefinitely is damaging our family. I want to reject the settlement and take Paul to trial. He's a predator who systematically defrauds homeowners, and the only way to stop him is full accountability. If we settle, we're enabling him to continue victimizing others. I feel obligated to fight, even if it costs us more. Our lawyer is neutral but practical. He says the settlement is less than fair, but more than we might collect after a trial verdict and appeals. He points out that we need money now to complete the house, not years from now after exhausting legal remedies. Some friends think we should take the settlement and report Paul to licensing boards and law enforcement. They say we can still pursue accountability through regulatory channels while taking the money we need to move forward. Criminal fraud charges might be possible even after a civil settlement. Other friends think settling rewards Paul's fraud and abandons future victims. They say we should fight to trial and publicize the verdict to warn others. They argue that Paul's pattern will continue unless someone forces him to face full consequences. The settlement offer expires in 10 days. If we reject it, we proceed to trial scheduled for 5 months from now. That means 5 more months of legal costs and double housing expenses. Our savings are nearly depleted, and we're considering borrowing from retirement accounts to continue the fight. Paul sent a personal message through a mutual acquaintance. He said business has been difficult, and that he regrets how our project ended. He claimed the $25,000 settlement offer represented real financial hardship for him, and that he hoped we'd accept so everyone could move on. The message felt like manipulation rather than genuine remorse. I'm torn between practical survival and principled justice. My family needs to complete the house and regain stability. But letting Paul keep most of our money while continuing to defraud other families feels morally wrong. I don't know which obligation is greater: protecting my family now or protecting future victims. The settlement deadline is 9 days away. Some days, taking $25,000 and moving forward seems like the only sustainable choice. Other days, it feels like capitulation to a criminal who should face full accountability. I genuinely don't know which path serves my family or the broader community better. I have 9 days to decide, and I'm no closer to an answer I can live with. My coworker plagiarized my presentation to get a promotion, then asked me to train her. The professional theft committed by my former colleague, a woman named Vanessa Hart, 29, has cost me a promotion I'd worked toward for 2 years and created an impossible work situation where she now manages the department I should be leading. I'm 33, and what Vanessa did by copying my presentation and claiming credit for my strategic proposal is so brazen and shameless that I've spent the past 8 months deciding whether to expose her fraud or accept a generous severance package that would require my silence. I've worked at a mid-size pharmaceutical marketing firm for 6 years, starting as a junior account coordinator and working up to senior account manager. 2 years ago, our company announced they'd be creating a new director of digital strategy position, a role that would oversee all digital marketing initiatives across accounts. I wanted that promotion desperately. Digital strategy was my specialty, and I'd been leading our agency's transition to more sophisticated digital campaigns. I'd taken online courses, earned certifications, and volunteered to pilot new digital approaches on my accounts. I was the obvious internal candidate for the director role. The company announced they'd be conducting an internal competition for the position. Interested candidates would develop and present a comprehensive digital strategy proposal showing how they'd build and lead the new department. The presentation would be evaluated by senior leadership, and the winning candidate would be promoted to director with a $95,000 salary, a $20,000 increase from my current pay. I spent 3 months developing my proposal. I researched industry trends, analyzed our agency's current digital capabilities and gaps, created a detailed implementation roadmap, and built financial projections showing ROI for the digital investments I was recommending. The presentation was 60 slides with extensive documentation, representing hundreds of hours of work. Vanessa worked in my department as another senior account manager. We were friendly colleagues, but not particularly close. She'd been with the company for 4 years and was competent, but not especially innovative in her approach to digital marketing. When she announced she'd also be competing for the director position, I wasn't worried. I felt confident my proposal was stronger. Company policy required us to submit our presentations to HR 3 days before the scheduled presentation date. This allowed leadership to review materials in advance. I submitted my 60-slide deck with all supporting documentation on the Wednesday before our Friday presentations. Thursday evening, I logged into the company's shared drive to make a minor update to my presentation. I noticed a file with Vanessa's name that had been uploaded that afternoon. Curious about her approach, I opened it. What I saw made me physically sick. Vanessa's presentation was my presentation. She'd copied my entire 60-slide deck, made minor cosmetic changes to formatting and wording, and submitted it as her own work. My strategic analysis, my implementation roadmap, my financial projections. Everything was there with superficial modifications that didn't change the substance. I immediately contacted HR and my supervisor, showing them both presentations with timestamps proving mine was submitted first. I explained that Vanessa had clearly accessed and copied my work. HR said they'd investigate before the scheduled presentations. The HR investigation lasted only 1 day. Vanessa claimed she'd developed her proposal independently and that any similarities were coincidental or reflected common industry knowledge. She said, strategic thinking about digital marketing naturally leads to similar conclusions. HR noted that my file permissions had been set to allow anyone in the marketing department to view it, technically giving Vanessa access. I was stunned. The presentations weren't just similar. They were virtually identical. The specific implementation timeline, the unique framework I'd developed for evaluating digital channels, the financial modeling approach, everything was copied. But Vanessa stuck to her story, and HR said they couldn't definitively prove plagiarism. The presentations went forward as scheduled. I went first, presenting my original strategic proposal. Vanessa went second, presenting my stolen work with her minor modifications. To anyone who hadn't seen both presentations in advance, Vanessa's delivery was smoother and more polished than mine. She'd had the advantage of watching my presentation before giving hers. Leadership deliberated for a week before announcing their decision. Vanessa got the promotion. The explanation was that while both presentations were strong, Vanessa's delivery demonstrated better executive presence and leadership capability. The decision felt like adding insult to injury. I'd done the work, she'd stolen it, and she'd gotten the promotion by presenting my ideas more confidently. Vanessa started as Director of Digital Strategy a month later. She began implementing the strategy I'd developed, building the department using my roadmap, and taking credit for initiatives I'd conceived. I was reporting to her in the very role I should have been leading. The situation became unbearable. I had to watch Vanessa lead meetings using my frameworks, present to clients using my strategies, and receive praise for innovations that originated with me. Senior leadership treated her as a visionary leader, while I remained a senior account manager, with no recognition for my actual contributions. 6 months into her directorship, Vanessa approached me with a request. She wanted me to train her on the technical aspects of digital marketing implementation. She understood strategy conceptually, but lacked hands-on experience with programmatic advertising, marketing automation platforms, and analytics tools. She asked me to spend 10 hours a week mentoring her so she could successfully execute the digital strategy she was supposedly the author of. The audacity was breathtaking. Vanessa had stolen my work to get a promotion, and now wanted me to train her to do the job she'd gotten by plagiarizing me. She framed it as a development opportunity for me, saying that training leadership was good for my career progression. She offered no acknowledgement that she was asking me to teach her my own stolen strategy. I refused politely but firmly. I said my account responsibilities didn't allow time for extensive training and suggested she hire external consultants if she needed technical expertise. Vanessa became cold and started giving me poor performance reviews, claiming I wasn't being a team player and wasn't supporting department initiatives. My performance reviews had always been excellent before Vanessa's promotion. Now suddenly I was being criticized for lack of collaboration and resistance to change. Vanessa was building a documented case that I was a difficult employee, possibly setting me up to be fired. I consulted with an employment lawyer who reviewed everything: the 2 presentations, the timeline, the HR investigation, my performance reviews before and after Vanessa's promotion. The lawyer said I had a potential case for the company's failure to properly investigate plagiarism and for Vanessa's subsequent retaliation. However, proving plagiarism after HR had concluded the presentations were independently developed would be difficult. The lawyer suggested another approach. Before filing a lawsuit, I should formally document the plagiarism and retaliation in writing to the company's CEO and general counsel. This would create a record and give the company an opportunity to address the situation internally before litigation. I wrote a detailed letter to the CEO and general counsel laying out the evidence. The identical presentations with my time-stamped submission first, Vanessa's subsequent request for training on her own supposed strategy, the sudden negative performance reviews after I declined to train her. I requested an investigation and appropriate remediation. The company took my complaint seriously this time. They hired an outside law firm to conduct an independent investigation. The investigators interviewed me, Vanessa, HR personnel, and several colleagues. They reviewed both presentations line by line, compared them to industry standard practices, and evaluated whether the similarities could be coincidental. The investigation took 2 months. The outside law firm concluded that Vanessa had most likely plagiarized my presentation. The degree of similarity was too extensive to be coincidental, and my earlier submission established I was the original author. The firm recommended the company address the situation to avoid potential litigation. The company offered me 2 options. Option 1. They'd reverse the promotion decision, remove Vanessa from the director role, and give me the position as originally should have happened. However, this would likely result in Vanessa suing for wrongful demotion, creating ongoing legal drama. Option 2. They'd create a new Director of Innovation position for me at the same $95,000 salary as the Digital Strategy Director role, with a $25,000 signing bonus as compensation for the plagiarism. I'd lead innovation initiatives across the agency, a prestigious role with significant autonomy. Vanessa would remain in her current position, but would be closely monitored. I'd also receive a glowing reference letter and the company's commitment to support my career advancement. Option 2 came with a requirement. I'd sign a separation agreement, including a non-disclosure clause preventing me from discussing the plagiarism situation publicly or with other employees. The company wanted to resolve this quietly, without the reputational damage of a public plagiarism scandal. My lawyer said option 2 was generous. The new role was prestigious, the compensation was fair, and the signing bonus provided meaningful damages. Fighting for option 1 would mean protracted litigation, possible retaliation, and an uncomfortable work environment. Taking option 2 let me move forward professionally while being compensated for the wrong. But option 2 also let Vanessa keep the position she'd obtained through theft. She'd face no meaningful consequences beyond monitoring. She'd continue to lead the digital strategy department using my stolen work while I moved to a different role. The injustice of that outcome feels intolerable. My partner thinks I should take option 2. The new role is actually more senior and prestigious than the digital strategy director position. The compensation is equal, and the signing bonus provides vindication. Fighting to remove Vanessa would consume months or years of my life in litigation, while option 2 lets me advance my career immediately. Some colleagues who know the situation think I should insist on option 1. They say Vanessa committed fraud and shouldn't be rewarded by keeping her position. They argue that accepting option 2 sends a message that plagiarism has minimal consequences if you can create enough complications around removing the plagiarist. Other colleagues think the new innovation role is actually better than the digital strategy position. They say innovation director has broader scope and more visibility with senior leadership. They frame option 2 as a win rather than a compromise, arguing that I'm getting a better outcome than simply reversing the original decision. Vanessa apparently knows about the investigation and is terrified of being demoted. I heard through colleagues that she's consulted with her own lawyer about suing if the company reverses her promotion. She's claiming that removing her based on an investigation triggered by a disgruntled competitor would be retaliatory and discriminatory. The company has given me 2 weeks to decide which option I want. They need to know whether to prepare for potential litigation with Vanessa or to finalize the terms of my new role and separation agreement. The pressure to decide quickly is intense. My therapist asks what outcome would feel like justice. Is it Vanessa being removed and publicly exposed? Is it me getting compensation and a good role? Is it both? She points out that perfect justice might not be achievable, and I need to decide what's good enough. I'm also thinking about my future at this company. If I take option 2 with its NDA, I stay but can't discuss what happened. Will I be able to work effectively knowing Vanessa is still in a leadership role she plagiarized her way into? Will the NDA feel like silencing truth or like professional pragmatism? If I insist on option 1, I get the satisfaction of Vanessa's demotion, but likely face her lawsuit against the company and potential retaliation. The work environment would become toxic, and I might end up leaving anyway within a year. Is temporary satisfaction worth guaranteed conflict? The deadline is 12 days away. Some days, taking the innovation director role with the signing bonus feels like smart career management. Other days, it feels like letting a thief keep her stolen goods while accepting a consolation prize. I can't settle on which interpretation is correct. Vanessa sent me an email yesterday asking if we could talk privately. I haven't responded. I don't know what she wants to say, but I suspect she'll apologize and ask me to advocate for option 2, which lets her keep her position. The email sitting unanswered in my inbox feels like another decision I'm not ready to make. I have less than 2 weeks to choose between professional advancement with required silence or insisting on complete justice with all its complications. I genuinely don't know which serves my career, my principles, or my peace of mind better. The deadline is approaching, and I'm no closer to a decision I can live with. My ex-boss blacklisted me industry-wide after I reported his harassment. The systematic career destruction orchestrated by my former supervisor, a senior executive named Richard Brennan, 51, after I reported his sexual harassment, has left me unemployed and essentially blacklisted from the marketing industry I spent 8 years building expertise in. I'm 31, and what Richard did to punish me for refusing his advances and then filing an HR complaint is so comprehensive and malicious that I've spent the past 14 months trying to survive financially while fighting to clear my reputation in an industry where his influence reaches everywhere. I worked as a marketing manager at a mid-sized tech company for 4 years. Richard was the VP of marketing and my direct supervisor for the last 2 years. Initially, our working relationship was professional and productive. I was good at my job, consistently exceeded targets, and was on track for a promotion to senior manager. About 18 months ago, Richard's behavior toward me changed. He started making comments about my appearance that felt inappropriate. He'd suggest we have drinks after work to discuss projects, just the two of us. He'd find excuses to stop by my desk and stand too close while reviewing my work. The attention made me uncomfortable, but I tried to handle it professionally by maintaining boundaries and redirecting conversations to work topics. The situation escalated 6 months later. Richard invited me to a client dinner that turned out to have no client, just Richard and me at an expensive restaurant. He spent the evening making increasingly explicit comments about finding me attractive and suggesting we could have a relationship that would benefit my career. When I clearly rejected his advances and said I wanted our relationship to remain strictly professional, he became cold and distant. My work life became difficult immediately after that dinner. Richard started criticizing my work unfairly, sending back projects with vague complaints about quality. He excluded me from important meetings and strategic decisions. He reassigned my best projects to other team members. It was obvious retaliation for rejecting his advances. I documented everything and filed a sexual harassment complaint with HR. I provided detailed accounts of Richard's inappropriate comments, the setup dinner, and the subsequent retaliation against my work. I had some text messages and emails that supported my claims. HR launched an investigation. During the investigation, Richard told HR I'd misinterpreted his friendly mentorship and that my performance had legitimately declined due to personal issues. He claimed I was making false accusations to cover for my poor work quality. He positioned himself as the victim of a vindictive employee making up stories. The HR investigation lasted 6 weeks and concluded with a finding that my harassment claims couldn't be substantiated. HR said it was he said, she said, without sufficient evidence to prove Richard's behavior was sexual harassment rather than awkward mentorship. Richard received counseling about maintaining appropriate boundaries, but faced no real consequences. I was devastated, but tried to continue working there. Richard made my life miserable. He gave me impossible deadlines, critiqued my work in front of colleagues, and excluded me from team activities. After 3 months of hostile working conditions, I resigned because the environment had become unbearable. That's when Richard's real revenge began. I started applying for marketing positions at other companies in our mid-sized city. I'd get to final interview stages, then suddenly be rejected without explanation. This happened 5 times over 2 months. Recruiters who'd been enthusiastic would suddenly ghost me after checking my references. I hired a reputation management consultant to investigate. The consultant discovered that Richard had been giving negative references when companies called to verify my employment. He'd tell them I had performance issues, difficulty working with others, and had left under questionable circumstances. He never mentioned the harassment complaint, just implied I was a problem employee. Richard's influence in our city's tech marketing community was extensive. He served on boards, spoke at conferences, and knew every major marketing executive personally. When he spread word that I was difficult and underperforming, companies believed him. His reputation and seniority made his version more credible than mine. I expanded my job search to other cities, but Richard's reach extended there too. Marketing is a tight-knit industry, and Richard's connections spanned the region. Companies would express interest in my application, then suddenly withdraw after what I assumed were conversations with Richard or his contacts. After 6 months of unemployment, I was running out of savings. I took a retail job to pay bills while continuing to search for marketing work. The contrast between my career trajectory and my current situation was humiliating. I'd been a rising marketing manager. Now I was folding clothes at a department store because Richard had destroyed my professional reputation. I consulted with an employment lawyer about suing Richard for retaliation and defamation. The lawyer said I had potential claims, but proving them would be difficult. Richard's negative references were typically verbal phone conversations with no recordings. Companies rarely document reference check details. Proving Richard deliberately sabotaged my career would require extensive discovery and depositions. The lawyer estimated litigation costs of $80,000 to $100,000 with uncertain outcomes. I'd need to prove Richard gave false information with malicious intent, that companies relied on his information when rejecting me, and that I suffered damages as a direct result. Each element presented challenges given the informal nature of reference checks and hiring decisions. I decided to file complaints with the EEOC for retaliation and with the State Labor Board for interference with employment opportunities. These agencies investigate at no cost to complainants. The EEOC investigation took 8 months and ultimately found insufficient evidence to proceed with charges. Richard claimed he'd given honest assessments of my work performance and denied any retaliation. During this time, Richard got promoted to Chief Marketing Officer at his company. His career flourished while mine collapsed. He was speaking at industry conferences and being featured in marketing publications. Meanwhile, I was submitting job applications that went nowhere and working retail to survive. I tried starting my own marketing consulting business to avoid needing traditional employment references. I managed to land 2 small clients through personal connections, but when potential clients researched me and reached out to contacts in the industry, they'd hear negative things. Richard's poison had spread so thoroughly that even independent consulting was nearly impossible. My mental health deteriorated significantly. I developed anxiety and depression from the stress of unemployment and career destruction. I felt powerless against Richard's influence and reputation. Therapy helped, but couldn't solve the practical problem that I was effectively blacklisted from my profession. Then, 15 months after I left the company, a former colleague contacted me. She said 3 other women had come forward with sexual harassment complaints against Richard. The company had hired an outside investigator and was taking the complaints seriously this time. My former colleague encouraged me to speak with the investigator about my experience. I participated in the investigation, providing my documentation and testimony about Richard's harassment and retaliation. The outside investigator found a pattern of Richard targeting female subordinates and retaliating against those who rejected him or complained. Combined with the 3 new complaints, the evidence was finally sufficient for action. Richard was terminated from his chief marketing officer position. The company made a settlement with the 3 women who'd filed complaints, paying them significant amounts to avoid litigation. I wasn't included in the settlement because I no longer worked there. But Richard's termination was public. News of Richard's firing spread through the industry. Articles appeared in trade publications about the sexual harassment investigation and his termination. His reputation was suddenly toxic instead of sterling. Companies that had trusted his judgment about me now questioned everything he'd said. I started getting calls from some of the companies that had rejected me. Recruiters apologized and said they'd reconsidered my application in light of new information about Richard. Several companies offered me interviews, acknowledging they'd made hiring decisions based on Richard's now discredited references. I accepted a marketing manager position at a different tech company, finally returning to my career after 14 months in retail. The salary was $78,000, comparable to what I'd made before, but not accounting for the raises and advancement I'd missed. I was grateful to be back in marketing, but bitter about the time and opportunities I'd lost. Richard's career was destroyed. No company would hire him after the public termination for sexual harassment. His industry reputation shifted from respected executive to cautionary tale. He lost everything he'd used to hurt me: his position, his influence, and his credibility. But I wanted more than Richard's career destruction. I wanted compensation for the 14 months of unemployment, the damage to my career trajectory, and the emotional distress. My lawyer said we now had a stronger case for a lawsuit, given Richard's termination and the investigation findings. We filed a lawsuit against Richard personally and his former company for sexual harassment, retaliation, and defamation. We sought $450,000 in damages, including lost wages, emotional distress, and punitive damages. The company's liability was based on failing to properly investigate my initial complaint and allowing Richard's retaliation to continue. The company wanted to settle quickly to avoid more negative publicity. They offered $85,000 with a non-disclosure agreement. Richard's personal assets were limited after his termination, and his homeowner's insurance wouldn't cover intentional acts like defamation. My lawyer estimated I might recover another $30,000 from Richard directly through wage garnishment over many years. So, the realistic total recovery was around $115,000 between the company's settlement and what I could eventually collect from Richard. After legal fees of approximately $35,000, I'd net about $80,000. That would compensate me for some lost wages, but wouldn't cover the full career damage or emotional impact. My lawyer encouraged me to accept the company's settlement offer. The $85,000 was substantial and came with no litigation risk. Pursuing the case to trial might yield more, but would take years and cost more in legal fees with uncertain outcomes. The practical advice was to take the money and move forward with my restored career. But accepting the company's settlement with its NDA would prevent me from publicly discussing what Richard did. I wouldn't be able to warn other women about him or share my story with the industry. The company wanted to quietly pay me off and close the chapter on Richard's harassment and retaliation. Richard sent me a settlement offer through his lawyer. He'd pay $50,000 now if I'd drop all claims against him personally and sign a mutual non-disparagement agreement. Combined with the company's $85,000, the total settlement would be $135,000. My lawyer said this was a generous offer, given Richard's limited assets, and that collecting more from him would take years of garnishment. The combined settlement of $135,000 would give me meaningful compensation after legal fees. But it would also require me to never speak about Richard's harassment or his campaign to destroy my career. He'd essentially buy my silence for $50,000 while avoiding any public accountability beyond his termination. I'm torn about what to do. The $135,000 would help me financially recover from 14 months of unemployment. I could pay off debts, rebuild my savings, and move forward with my career. The money would provide tangible relief and closure. But taking the settlements with their NDAs means Richard never faces full public accountability. Yes, he lost his job, and his reputation in the industry took a hit. But he'd avoid a public trial where all his misconduct would be documented in court records. He'd never have to publicly answer for what he did to me and others. My therapist asks what I need for closure. Is it the money, which would help me financially recover? Or is it public acknowledgement of what happened, even if that means less money and more years of litigation? She says there's no wrong answer, but I need to be honest about what would actually help me heal and move forward. Some friends think I should take the settlements and focus on rebuilding my career. They say Richard has already lost his position and reputation, and that continuing to fight him will keep me anchored to this traumatic period. They argue that $135,000 and the ability to move forward is better than years more of depositions and courtroom battles. Other friends think I should reject the settlements and take the case to trial. They say survivors need to be able to tell their stories without NDAs silencing them. They argue that public accountability is more important than money, and that other women deserve to know the full truth about Richard's pattern of harassment and retaliation. My sister, who's a lawyer in a different field, thinks I should negotiate. She suggests I counter the company by accepting their $85,000 but removing the NDA clause. She says I should also demand Richard pay $75,000 instead of $50,000 for my agreement not to publicly disparage him, which is different from an NDA preventing me from discussing facts. The settlement deadline from both the company and Richard is in 10 days. My lawyer needs to know my decision so she can either finalize settlements or prepare for continued litigation. I'm paralyzed by the choice between financial security and the ability to speak freely about what happened. I keep thinking about the 14 months working retail while Richard prospered, the applications I submitted that went nowhere because of his lies, the anxiety and depression from feeling powerless against his influence. Part of me wants him to pay maximally for that suffering, not just with his termination, but with financial consequences and public exposure. But I'm also exhausted. 14 months of unemployment and career destruction took a toll. Fighting Richard in court for another year or two would mean more stress, more time spent reliving the harassment and retaliation, more uncertainty. Taking the settlements would let me close this chapter and focus on rebuilding. The deadline is 9 days away, and I genuinely don't know what serves my healing, my principles, or my future better. Financial security versus public accountability. Closure now versus justice later. I keep going back and forth, unable to commit to either path. My lawyer is waiting for my decision. The settlement offers are waiting, and I'm still trying to figure out what I actually want from this situation beyond making Richard pay for what he did. The deadline is approaching fast. My ex-wife's lawyer fabricated evidence, then asked me to hire him for my new case. The absolute betrayal I experienced from my divorce attorney's opposing counsel, a lawyer named Martin Chen, 47, during my first marriage dissolution, has now come full circle in the most bizarre way possible. I'm 43, and what Martin did to win my ex-wife's case through fabricated evidence nearly destroyed me financially and emotionally. But now he's reached out asking me to hire him for my current legal matter like the past never happened. I went through a brutal divorce 5 years ago from my ex-wife Jennifer. We'd been married for 12 years and had 2 kids together. The marriage ended badly with infidelity on her part, but Jennifer wanted primary custody of the kids and a large financial settlement. She hired Martin Chen, a divorce attorney with a reputation for being aggressive and winning at any cost. I hired a competent but less experienced attorney named Sarah, who charged reasonable rates. I couldn't afford the high-powered lawyers that Jennifer's family was funding. The custody battle became nasty quickly, with Jennifer claiming I was an unfit parent and that she deserved primary custody plus substantial child support and alimony. During the discovery process, Martin submitted evidence that was shocking. He provided the court with emails I'd supposedly sent to a coworker that were sexually explicit and inappropriate. He submitted screenshots of text messages where I allegedly discussed doing drugs with friends. He provided a psychiatric evaluation claiming I had anger management issues and narcissistic personality disorder. None of it was real. I'd never sent those emails, never had those text conversations, never underwent any psychiatric evaluation. But the documents looked legitimate, with proper headers, timestamps, and formatting. My attorney Sarah was blindsided, and we scrambled to prove the evidence was fabricated. The problem was proving. Fabrication required expensive forensic analysis that I couldn't afford. Martin had done a professional job creating the fake evidence, and my denials looked like exactly what someone guilty would say. The family court judge seemed skeptical of my claims that Martin had fabricated everything, viewing it as a desperate defense tactic. The custody case went badly. The judge gave Jennifer primary custody based largely on the character evidence Martin had presented. I got the kids every other weekend and had to pay substantial child support plus 3 years of alimony. The financial burden was crushing, and I'd lost primary custody of my children because of fabricated evidence I couldn't definitively prove was fake. I was devastated, but had no recourse. Sarah said suing Martin for fabricating evidence would require proving it conclusively, which meant more expensive forensic analysis and expert witnesses I couldn't afford. She also warned that accusing opposing counsel of fraud without definitive proof could result in sanctions against me. I was trapped. For 3 years, I struggled financially while seeing my kids every other weekend. Jennifer moved 2 hours away with her new husband, making my visitation schedule difficult and expensive. My relationship with my kids suffered because I wasn't part of their daily lives. Everything about my post-divorce life was harder because of Martin's fabricated evidence. Then, Jennifer's new husband got transferred for work, and they needed to move across the country. Jennifer filed for permission to relocate with the kids, which would make my every other weekend custody essentially impossible given the distance. I hired a new lawyer to fight the relocation, and this time I was able to afford someone more experienced. My new lawyer, Richard, was a skilled litigator who'd handled many custody cases. During our preparation, I told him about the fabricated evidence from the original divorce. Richard was disturbed and said we should investigate further, especially since the statute of limitations for fraud might not have run out yet. Richard hired a forensic digital expert to analyze the emails and text messages Martin had submitted in the original case. The expert found metadata proving the documents had been created just days before they were submitted to court, not on the dates they were supposedly sent. The psychiatric evaluation was traced to a form template available online that someone had filled in with my information and a fake doctor's signature. The evidence was definitively fabricated, and we had expert analysis proving it. Richard immediately filed a motion to set aside the original custody order based on fraud upon the court. He also filed a bar complaint against Martin for fabricating evidence and submitted the case to the district attorney for potential criminal charges. The motion hearing was intense. Martin denied everything, claimed the evidence had been provided by Jennifer, and he'd submitted it in good faith. But the forensic analysis was irrefutable. The judge was furious that fabricated evidence had been used in his courtroom and granted my motion to vacate the original custody order. We had a new custody trial based on actual facts rather than fabricated evidence. This time, I had Richard's skilled representation and the truth on my side. The judge gave me primary custody based on stability factors and the fact that Jennifer was planning to move across the country anyway. Jennifer got summer custody and extended holiday visits, but I became the primary parent. The Bar Association investigation into Martin took 18 months. He was eventually disbarred for fabricating evidence and committing fraud upon the court. The criminal investigation resulted in charges for forgery and perjury, though Martin took a plea deal that gave him probation and community service instead of jail time. Martin's legal career was over. He couldn't practice law anymore, and his reputation was destroyed. Articles about the disbarment appeared in legal publications and local news. Everyone in the legal community knew Martin Chen had fabricated evidence in a custody case and lost his license. I was vindicated, but the damage to those 3 years of my life couldn't be undone. I'd missed countless moments with my kids, struggled financially, and suffered emotionally because of Martin's fraud. Yes, I eventually got primary custody, but I'd lost years I couldn't get back. That brings me to last month. I'm involved in a business dispute with a former partner who's suing me over the dissolution of our company. It's a complex commercial case requiring experienced litigation counsel. I was interviewing potential lawyers when I received an email from Martin Chen. Martin's email said he'd heard through mutual connections that I was looking for a business litigation attorney. He said he'd left the practice of law, but had started a litigation consulting firm where he advises lawyers and clients on case strategy without directly representing them. He offered his services at a competitive rate and said his experience, including our past case, made him uniquely qualified to help me. The audacity was breathtaking. The man who'd fabricated evidence to destroy my custody case, who'd cost me years with my children and tens of thousands of dollars, was asking me to hire him as a consultant. He wrote the email like we'd simply been opposing counsel in a normal case, with no acknowledgement of what he'd actually done. I didn't respond initially. I assumed it was a strange attempt at networking and that he'd move on when I didn't reply. But Martin sent a follow-up email a week later. This time he was more direct, saying he knew we had a difficult history, but that he'd learned from his mistakes and had valuable insights that could help my current case. He said everyone deserves second chances, and that his consulting work was his way of staying connected to the legal field he loved. He also mentioned he was struggling financially after losing his law license, and that consulting work was difficult to find given his reputation. He said he needed the income and hoped I might consider putting the past behind us for a mutually beneficial business arrangement. He offered to work for 30% less than his normal rate if I'd give him a chance. I showed the emails to Richard, my current attorney. Richard was stunned that Martin had the nerve to contact me at all, let alone to solicit business. Richard said Martin's consulting work was probably legitimate since he wasn't practicing law, but that hiring him would be insane given the history. Richard offered to send Martin a cease and desist letter if I wanted. But then I started thinking about this differently. Martin had fabricated evidence against me and destroyed his own career in the process. He'd lost everything and was now reduced to begging me, his former victim, for work. There was a certain poetic justice in him having to humiliate himself by asking me for help. Some part of me wanted to respond and tell him exactly what I thought of him. To detail every moment with my kids I'd missed because of his fraud, every dollar I'd spent fighting his fabricated evidence, every night I'd laid awake wondering how someone could be so unethical. I wanted him to fully understand the damage he'd caused. But another part of me wondered if there was an opportunity here. What if I hired Martin as a consultant, but used the relationship to make his life miserable in small ways? Giving him assignments and then rejecting his work, finding flaws in everything he produced, making him grovel for payment. It would be a way to exact some revenge for what he'd done to me. My girlfriend thinks I'm crazy for even considering any contact with Martin. She says he's toxic and dangerous, that someone who fabricated evidence once could do it again, and that I should block his emails and move on. She worries that engaging with him in any way, even to punish him, would give him power over me. Richard agrees with my girlfriend. He says Martin is desperate and potentially unstable, and that hiring him in any capacity is inviting problems. He points out that Martin might try to sabotage my current case or create new problems out of revenge or desperation. Richard says the best revenge is living well and winning my current case without Martin's involvement. But some friends have a different perspective. They think Martin reaching out is an opportunity for closure and potentially for making him face real accountability. One friend suggested I agree to meet with Martin and lay out exactly how his actions affected my life, forcing him to sit there and listen. Another suggested I string him along with the possibility of work and then reject him at the last minute, so he feels the disappointment and rejection. My therapist, who helped me through the original divorce trauma, thinks any engagement with Martin is a bad idea. She says he represents a dark period in my life and that I've worked hard to move past it. She worries that bringing him back into my sphere, even in a limited capacity, would undo progress I've made in healing and moving forward. I've thought about just replying and telling Martin that his email was inappropriate and offensive given what he did to me. A simple statement that I'd never hire someone who fabricated evidence against me and destroyed years of my relationship with my children. But even that feels like giving him more attention than he deserves. The business case I'm involved in is legitimately complex, and I could use strategic help. Martin was a skilled lawyer before he got disbarred, and his experience could potentially be valuable. But could I actually work with someone I despise? Would I be able to separate his skills from his character? And what message would it send to hire someone who'd committed fraud against me? Martin sent a third email yesterday. This time, he apologized directly for what happened during my divorce case. He said he'd been under intense pressure to win, had made terrible ethical choices, and had paid an enormous price for his mistakes. He said he was in therapy dealing with the consequences of his actions and trying to rebuild his life with integrity. He acknowledged that I had every right to refuse his services and never speak to him again. But he asked if I'd at least consider meeting with him so he could apologize in person and explain himself. He said making amends to the people he'd harmed was part of his recovery process, and that hearing from me would mean a lot. The apology email felt more genuine than the previous business solicitations, but I don't know if Martin is actually remorseful or if this is another manipulation tactic. Is his therapy real, or is he just saying what he thinks I want to hear? Is this about making amends, or is it about getting work? My sister thinks I should meet with him just to hear him out. She says I might get closure from hearing a direct apology and seeing how far he's fallen. She thinks it might actually help me let go of some of the anger I still carry. But my brother thinks it's a trap, and that Martin is using the language of therapy and recovery to manipulate me into feeling sympathetic. I don't know what to do with Martin's emails. Part of me wants to ignore them completely and let him wonder why I'm not responding. Part of me wants to send a scathing reply, detailing every way he damaged my life. Part of me is curious about meeting him and hearing what he has to say. And a small part of me wonders if there's actually any value in his consulting services separate from our history. My current case has a major hearing in 6 weeks, and I need to make decisions about my legal strategy. Martin keeps positioning himself as someone who could help with that. The rational part of me knows this is a terrible idea, but the vindictive part of me keeps thinking about ways to use this situation to my advantage. I'm supposed to make a decision soon about whether to respond to Martin's emails at all. My lawyer, Richard, wants to know if he should send the cease and desist letter. My girlfriend wants me to block Martin and move on. My sister thinks I should at least meet with him. I'm torn between all these options and not sure what's right. It's been 5 days since Martin's apology email. He hasn't sent another follow-up yet, but I expect he will soon. I need to decide how to handle this before it gets more complicated. But I genuinely don't know what the right move is, or if there even is a right move when dealing with someone who caused so much harm. My fiancé's mother faked cancer to sabotage our wedding, then asked me for money. The elaborate deception orchestrated by my former fiancé's mother, Patricia, 58, to destroy our relationship has left me emotionally scarred and grappling with trust issues I never had before. I'm 31. And what Patricia did in the months leading up to my wedding, while pretending to be terminally ill, is so calculated and cruel that I'm still processing how someone could be that manipulative. I was engaged to Patricia's daughter Amanda for 2 years. We met through work, fell in love, and got engaged after dating for 18 months. Amanda and I had a solid relationship built on trust and communication. We were planning a wedding for late fall, nothing extravagant but meaningful. About 120 guests, and a $35,000 budget we'd saved for together. Patricia seemed supportive initially. She was involved in wedding planning, offered to help with vendor selection, and appeared genuinely happy for us. Amanda's parents were divorced, and her father had remarried, so Patricia was particularly invested in being part of the wedding preparations. She wanted to feel needed and included, which I understood and appreciated. 8 months before our wedding date, Patricia announced she'd been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. She said doctors gave her 6 to 12 months to live. She showed Amanda medical documents, talked about treatment options, and became emotional about not knowing if she'd make it to see her only daughter get married. Amanda was absolutely devastated. Patricia started treatment immediately, or so we thought. She'd go to appointments, come back exhausted, talk about the side effects of chemotherapy. She lost some weight and looked progressively more tired. Amanda was splitting time between supporting her mother and planning our wedding, becoming increasingly stressed and emotional about potentially losing her mom. Patricia began making requests. She wanted the wedding moved up so she could definitely attend before her health deteriorated further. She wanted specific elements changed to things that would make her happy, in case it was her last major family event. She wanted Amanda to spend more time with her because every moment mattered when time was limited. Amanda and I discussed moving the wedding up. I was hesitant because we'd lose deposits on vendors who couldn't accommodate the new date, and we'd have less time to save money. But Patricia was supposedly dying, and this was Amanda's mother. We moved the wedding date up by 4 months, losing $8,000 in non-refundable deposits and scrambling to rebook everything. The wedding planning became increasingly centered around Patricia's needs and wishes. She wanted the ceremony at her church instead of the outdoor venue we'd chosen. She wanted a traditional reception instead of the more casual celebration we'd planned. She wanted family members she was close with added to the guest list, expanding it to 160 people and increasing costs significantly. Every time we pushed back on something, Patricia would have an emotional breakdown about dying before seeing her daughter married properly. She'd cry about how she just wanted Amanda to have a perfect wedding and that her cancer made her appreciate traditional family moments. Amanda would cave every time, prioritizing her mother's dying wishes over our original vision. I started feeling like a supporting character in Patricia's wedding planning instead of the groom. My preferences didn't matter because Patricia was dying and needed everything to be perfect for her final major life event. Amanda was so consumed with grief and stress about losing her mother that she couldn't see how Patricia was controlling everything. The wedding budget ballooned to $52,000 with all Patricia's changes and additions. Amanda and I had saved $35,000 and planned to pay the difference with credit cards we'd pay off quickly. But I was uncomfortable with the debt and the fact that we were planning Patricia's ideal wedding instead of ours. 3 weeks before the new wedding date, Patricia had a crisis. She claimed her cancer had progressed rapidly and she needed emergency treatment. She was supposedly being admitted for a week of intensive chemotherapy that would make her very sick. She asked Amanda to stay with her during this time to help with recovery. Amanda took a week off work and stayed at Patricia's house, essentially nursing her mother through the supposed treatment. I visited a few times, and Patricia looked terrible, bedridden, and weak. I felt guilty for ever resenting the wedding changes when Amanda's mother was clearly suffering and dying. Then, Amanda's aunt called me, Patricia's younger sister, who lived across the country. She'd heard about Patricia's cancer diagnosis and wanted details about treatment because it didn't match what she knew about pancreatic cancer progression. She asked which oncologist Patricia was seeing because she wanted to send flowers to the treatment center. I gave her the name of the hospital Patricia had mentioned. The aunt called back 2 hours later and said the hospital had no record of Patricia as a patient. No appointments, no treatments, no oncologist by the name Patricia had given us. The aunt was suspicious and asked me to do some checking while she flew in to confront her sister. I started investigating. The medical documents Patricia had shown Amanda early on looked official, but when I examined them closely, I noticed they were generic templates available online. The doctor's signature didn't match the actual signature of the physician whose name was on the forms. The hospital letterhead was slightly off from the real hospital's branding. I contacted the oncologist whose name was on Patricia's documents. His office confirmed they'd never treated anyone named Patricia, and that the documents appeared to be forgeries. I checked Patricia's insurance claims and found 0 medical treatments for cancer in the past 8 months. No chemotherapy, no radiation, no oncologist visits, nothing. Patricia had been faking cancer for 8 months to control our wedding planning and manipulate Amanda. She'd lost weight through dieting and looked tired through theatrical performance. She'd created fake medical documents and invented an entire cancer journey to make herself the center of attention and get the wedding she wanted for her daughter instead of the one we'd chosen. I told Amanda everything I'd discovered, showing her the evidence. She didn't believe me at first, defended her mother, said there must be explanations. But when her aunt arrived and confronted Patricia directly, the truth came out. Patricia admitted she'd fabricated the entire cancer diagnosis to ensure Amanda had a proper, traditional wedding and to spend more quality time with her daughter before she got married and started her own family. Patricia's justification was insane. She said she'd felt excluded from Amanda's life, that our modern, casual wedding plans were inappropriate, and that faking cancer was the only way to make Amanda prioritize their relationship and have the kind of wedding Patricia had dreamed of for her daughter. She actually seemed to think her motivations made it understandable. Amanda was completely shattered. Her mother had lied about dying for 8 months, put her through emotional hell, and manipulated our entire wedding for selfish reasons. Amanda called off the wedding immediately. She couldn't marry me when she was dealing with this betrayal and needed time to process what her mother had done. I understood Amanda's need for space, but the wedding cancellation meant we lost all our deposits and payments, over $30,000 total. We'd gone into debt for Patricia's version of the wedding, and now we had nothing but bills. I suggested we postpone rather than cancel, that we could get through this together, but Amanda was too devastated to think about marriage. Amanda moved back in with her father and stepmother. We kept in touch, but the relationship was strained. She was in therapy processing her mother's betrayal and wasn't emotionally available for our relationship. After 3 months of limbo, we mutually agreed to end the engagement. The trauma of Patricia's deception had broken something between us. Patricia reached out to me 6 months after everything fell apart. She apologized for what she'd done and said she'd been in therapy working on her issues with control and manipulation. She acknowledged that faking cancer was wrong and that she'd destroyed her relationship with Amanda. She said she understood if I hated her. Then she asked if I'd consider helping her financially. She was facing serious consequences from her deception. Amanda had cut her off completely and wasn't helping with bills. Patricia's friends had abandoned her when they learned about the fake cancer. She was behind on her mortgage and facing foreclosure. She needed $15,000 to catch up on payments and avoid losing her house. Patricia said she knew she had no right to ask me for anything after what she'd done, but she was desperate and thought I might be willing to help because I'd once cared about her as Amanda's mother. She promised to pay me back once she got on her feet, though she had no clear plan for how that would happen. I was stunned by the audacity. This woman had faked cancer, manipulated our entire wedding, cost me $30,000 in lost deposits and debt, destroyed my relationship with her daughter, and now wanted me to give her $15,000 to save her house. She'd caused massive damage to my life and expected me to be her financial savior. Amanda found out her mother had contacted me and was furious Patricia would even ask. Amanda said her mother deserved to face consequences for her actions, and that losing her house was a natural result of alienating everyone in her life. Amanda thought I should obviously refuse and cut Patricia off completely. But Patricia sent me photos of foreclosure notices and past due mortgage statements. She really was about to lose her house. Her financial situation was dire. As much as I despised what she'd done, the idea of her becoming homeless felt extreme. She was 58, unemployed, and had burned every bridge. Where would she even go? Some of my friends think Patricia's homelessness would be entirely her own fault. They say she faked cancer and destroyed lives to get her way, and now she's facing consequences. They argue I have zero obligation to help someone who caused me so much pain and financial loss. They think even considering helping her is crazy. Other friends think letting someone become homeless when you have the means to help, even someone who hurt you, is morally questionable. They say Patricia is clearly mentally unwell if she thought faking cancer was acceptable, and that she needs help, not punishment. They suggest that being the bigger person might help me find closure. Amanda is very clear that helping her mother would damage our friendship. We're not together anymore, but we've maintained a cordial relationship. Amanda says if I give Patricia money, she'll see it as rewarding her mother's behavior and will have to cut me off completely. She's worked hard to establish boundaries with Patricia and can't have people in her life who enable her mother's manipulation. My therapist asks what outcome I can live with long term. Can I live with knowing Patricia became homeless, partly because I refused to help when I had the means? Or can I live with giving $15,000 to someone who faked cancer and destroyed my engagement? There's no clear right answer. The $15,000 would hurt my finances, but wouldn't devastate me. I've been rebuilding my savings after the wedding debacle and have about $40,000 in my account. Helping Patricia would set back my recovery but wouldn't ruin me. The question is whether I should use my money to help someone who deliberately caused me harm. Patricia's foreclosure deadline is in 3 weeks. She sent me 2 more messages asking if I've made a decision, getting more desperate each time. Her latest message said she'd be willing to sign legal documents, acknowledging this is a loan, not a gift, though I have no reason to believe she'd ever be able to repay it. I genuinely don't know what to do. Every time I lean toward helping, I remember the 8 months of lies, and the $30,000 I lost, and the relationship that ended. But every time I decide to refuse, I imagine Patricia homeless at 58 because I could have helped and didn't. Amanda texted me yesterday saying her mother is calling family members, trying to raise money, and using my name claiming I promised to help, but backed out. Patricia is apparently telling people I'm being vindictive and cruel. Amanda warned me that helping her mother would just enable more manipulation. I have 2.5 weeks before Patricia's house goes into foreclosure. I still haven't decided what I'm going to do. My former protege undercut my consulting rates to steal all my clients. The professional devastation caused by someone I mentored and trained, a young consultant named Jasmine Park, 28, has essentially demolished the independent consulting practice I spent 8 years building from scratch. I'm 45, and what Jasmine did after I gave her opportunities and guidance she never would have gotten elsewhere is such a profound betrayal that I'm still trying to rebuild my career and reputation a 1.5 years later. I left corporate life 8 years ago to start my own management consulting firm focused on operational efficiency for mid-size manufacturing companies. I built my client base slowly through networking, quality work, and reputation. By year 5, I had 12 steady clients paying between $15,000 and $40,000 per project, generating about $350,000 annually. It wasn't making me rich, but provided a comfortable living doing work I loved. 3 years ago, I decided I needed help managing the workload. I hired Jasmine, a recent MBA graduate with enthusiasm but limited practical experience. She'd worked in manufacturing briefly before business school and seemed eager to learn consulting. I brought her on as an associate consultant, paying her $65,000 annually, plus bonuses tied to projects. I invested significant time training Jasmine. I brought her to client meetings, taught her my methodologies, shared the analysis frameworks I'd developed over decades of work, and gave her increasing responsibility on projects. She was bright and learned quickly, absorbing everything I taught her. I was proud to be mentoring someone with such potential. Jasmine worked for me for 2 years. During that time, she developed relationships with my clients, learned the specific challenges of their businesses, and became familiar with my pricing structure and proposal process. She sat in on contract negotiations, reviewed my project scoping documents, and had access to my client management database. About 18 months ago, Jasmine gave her notice. She said she'd decided to start her own consulting practice and wanted to pursue clients in different industries. I was disappointed to lose her, but understood the entrepreneurial impulse. I'd done the same thing leaving corporate life. We parted on what I thought were good terms. 2 months after Jasmine left, one of my oldest clients called to tell me they'd be ending our engagement. They said another consultant had approaching them, offering similar services at significantly lower rates. When I asked who, they mentioned Jasmine. She'd contacted them directly, presented herself as offering the same expertise and methodologies they'd valued in my work, but at 40% less cost. Over the next 4 months, I lost 9 of my 12 clients. The pattern was identical each time. Jasmine would contact them with a proposal nearly identical to my services, but priced at about $9,000 to $24,000 per project, undercutting me by 35 to 45%. She'd reference specific challenges facing their businesses that she only knew about from working with me on their accounts. Jasmine was using everything I'd taught her, every methodology I'd developed, every insight into my clients' operations, and every detail of my pricing strategy to systematically poach my entire client base. She'd positioned herself as offering equivalent value at a fraction of the cost, making it nearly impossible for clients to justify staying with me. I tried to compete by lowering my rates, but I couldn't match Jasmine's pricing without operating at a loss. She was a single consultant with minimal overhead, while I had office expenses, insurance, and other business costs. She could afford to charge less because she'd stolen my client relationships and intellectual property without having spent years developing them herself. I confronted Jasmine about what she was doing. She claimed she was simply competing in a free market and that clients were choosing her based on value. She said I didn't own my clients and couldn't prevent them from working with other consultants. She acted like her systematic targeting of every one of my clients was normal business competition, rather than a deliberate campaign to destroy my practice. Legally, my position was complicated. Jasmine had signed an employment agreement when she worked for me, but it didn't include a non-compete clause because those are difficult to enforce in my state. It had a non-solicitation clause prohibiting her from contacting my clients for 1 year after leaving, but that year had passed by the time she started her aggressive poaching campaign. I hired a lawyer to explore options. The lawyer said I might have a case for misappropriation of trade secrets if I could prove my methodologies and frameworks were proprietary and that Jasmine had stolen them. However, proving that would be expensive and uncertain, since management consulting methodologies are often similar across practitioners. The more practical issue was that Jasmine had decimated my client base, regardless of the legal merits. I'd gone from $350,000 in annual revenue to under $100,000 in 6 months. The 3 remaining clients were smaller accounts that Jasmine apparently hadn't bothered targeting. I couldn't sustain my business at that revenue level. I had to make brutal choices. I closed my office and started working from home. I let go of a part-time administrative assistant I'd employed for 4 years. I stopped attending industry conferences and networking events I could no longer afford. I was essentially starting over after 8 years of building my practice. The financial impact was severe. My income dropped by over 70%, while my fixed expenses remained high. I'd been paying a commercial lease, professional liability insurance, software subscriptions, and other business costs calibrated to my previous revenue level. I burned through my business savings in 3 months and had to dip into personal savings to cover the gap. More painful than the financial damage was the professional humiliation. I'd built strong relationships with my clients over years, delivered excellent results, and thought I'd earned their loyalty. But when offered similar services at 40% less, nearly all of them abandoned me without hesitation. It was a harsh lesson about the transactional nature of business relationships. I spent months trying to rebuild. I reached out to old contacts, attended networking events I couldn't afford, and pursued leads in new industries. But my reputation had taken a hit. Word had spread in manufacturing circles that most of my clients had left for a cheaper consultant, which made me look either overpriced or ineffective. Jasmine had damaged more than just my revenue. She damaged my market position. Around this time, I discovered something interesting. Several clients who'd switched to Jasmine started experiencing problems. Projects were running over timeline and budget. The quality of deliverables wasn't meeting expectations. Jasmine was apparently struggling to manage multiple complex projects simultaneously without the infrastructure and experience I'd built over decades. 2 former clients called asking if I'd be willing to take on their accounts again. They admitted switching to Jasmine had been a mistake, that the cost savings weren't worth the decline in quality and reliability. They were willing to return to my original rates if I'd work with them again. I was torn. These clients had abandoned me when offered a cheaper option, showing no loyalty or appreciation for years of good work. Taking them back felt like rewarding their disloyalty and validating their decision to leave. But I desperately needed the revenue and couldn't afford to turn down work based on principle. I took them back, but the relationships felt different. The trust was gone. I wondered constantly whether they'd leave again if someone offered a better deal. The collaborative partnerships I'd once had with these clients had become transactional arrangements where I was always conscious of being evaluated against cheaper alternatives. My business stabilized at about 60% of my previous revenue. I had 7 active clients, a mix of returnees and new accounts I'd developed. It was enough to survive, but I'd lost years of momentum and growth. I was essentially back where I'd been in year 3 of building my practice, except now I was 8 years older and more cynical about client relationships. Meanwhile, Jasmine's practice was thriving. She'd successfully taken most of my clients, added new ones, and built a reputation as an up-and-coming consultant, offering quality work at competitive prices. She'd leveraged everything I taught her to build her success on the ruins of my practice. Industry colleagues who didn't know the full story would congratulate me on training such a successful protégé. That brings me to 3 weeks ago. Jasmine reached out through email asking to meet for coffee. She said she wanted to discuss a potential collaboration. She's apparently overwhelmed with client work and looking to bring on an associate consultant to help manage the load. She's offering $80,000 annually, plus bonuses, more than she made working for me. The irony is staggering. Jasmine wants to hire me as her employee after systematically destroying my independent practice by stealing my clients and undercutting my rates. She's framing it as a generous opportunity for me to have stable income and benefits instead of the uncertainty of independent consulting. When I didn't respond to her initial email, Jasmine sent a follow-up. She acknowledged that our past had been complicated, but said we'd worked well together and could do so again. She said her client base had grown beyond what she can handle alone, and that my experience would be valuable. She positioned the offer as mutually beneficial, rather than the humiliation it actually represents. I showed the emails to my partner, who was furious on my behalf. She said Jasmine has incredible nerve asking me to work for her after what she did. My partner thinks this is Jasmine's way of rubbing her success in my face while offering me a subordinate position in the practice built on my stolen clients. But my financial situation is precarious. The $80,000 salary plus bonuses would actually be more stable income than my current consulting revenue. I'm 45 and exhausted from the constant hustle of finding new clients and worrying about business development. Part of me is tempted by the security of a steady paycheck, even if it means working for someone who betrayed me. Some colleagues think I should take the job purely for strategic reasons. They suggest I could work for Jasmine while rebuilding my own client base on the side, essentially doing to her what she did to me. They see it as an opportunity for revenge disguised as employment. Other colleagues think working for Jasmine would be professional suicide. They say it would cement her narrative that she's the successful rising star while I'm the has-been who couldn't compete. They argue that taking a subordinate position with my former employee would damage whatever reputation I have left in the industry. My lawyer friend reviewed Jasmine's offer and said the employment contract she sent includes a strict non-compete and non-solicitation clause. If I worked for her, I couldn't compete with her or contact any of her clients for 2 years after leaving. She's essentially trying to lock me out of the market while using my expertise to serve the clients she stole from me. My therapist asks what I actually want from my career at this stage of life. Do I want to keep fighting to rebuild my independent practice? Or would I be happier with stable employment, even if it means setting aside my ego? She points out that my attachment to being independent might be costing me financial security and peace of mind. I've spent 3 weeks going back and forth on this decision. Some days I think taking Jasmine's job offer is pragmatic and smart, ensuring stable income while I figure out my next move. Other days I think it's the ultimate humiliation and that I'd rather struggle independently than work for someone who destroyed my business. Jasmine sent another email yesterday saying she needs an answer soon because she's interviewing other candidates. She said she's hoping I'll accept because we have established rapport and I could start contributing immediately. She's acting like this is a normal job offer rather than a deeply fraught proposition. My revenue this month has been particularly low. 2 projects finished and I haven't landed new work to replace them. My business savings are depleted and I'm using personal funds to cover expenses again. The financial pressure makes Jasmine's stable salary offer increasingly attractive, even though I hate what it represents. My partner says she'll support whatever decision I make, but wants me to be realistic about our financial situation. We're both 45 and need to think about retirement savings and long-term security, not just pride and principle. She suggests that working for Jasmine for a year or two while rebuilding savings might be the pragmatic choice, even if it's emotionally difficult. But I keep imagining what it would be like working for Jasmine, taking direction from someone I trained, watching her manage relationships with my former clients, knowing she built her success by destroying mine. Would I be able to handle that psychologically? Or would it eat away at me until I became bitter and resentful? I have until the end of this week to give Jasmine my answer. She's apparently made offers to 2 other candidates and will move forward with whoever accepts first. The deadline pressure feels manipulative, like she's trying to force me into a decision before I can fully think it through. I genuinely don't know what to do. The money would solve immediate financial problems, but at what cost to my self-respect and professional identity? Is pragmatism more important than principle when you're 45 and struggling? Or is there value in continuing to fight for independence, even when it's economically difficult? 4 days until Jasmine's deadline and I still haven't decided. My gym partner spread rumors I used steroids after I won a bodybuilding competition. The complete destruction of my reputation in competitive bodybuilding, caused by someone I considered a close friend, a fellow competitor named Travis Kane, 29, has cost me sponsorships, my coaching business, and opportunities I worked a decade to build. I'm 31, and what Travis did after I legitimately won a regional championship that he'd expected to win himself was so malicious and calculated that I've spent the past 14 months trying to rebuild my name while watching him profit from the chaos he created. I've been competing in natural bodybuilding for 8 years. Natural bodybuilding means strict drug testing and no performance-enhancing substances, just training, nutrition, and genetics. I met Travis 5 years ago at my gym, and we became training partners and friends. We'd spot each other, share meal prep strategies, and support each other through the brutal discipline required for competitive bodybuilding. Travis and I competed in the same weight class, which created some natural rivalry, but I thought we handled it maturely. We'd compete at the same shows, congratulate whoever placed higher, and analyze what worked or didn't work for our respective prep cycles. I trusted Travis as a friend who understood the dedication required for this sport. 16 months ago, I decided to compete at the regional championships, a major show that offers professional status to the overall winner. Travis was also competing and had been vocal about this being his year to win and turn pro. He'd placed second at this show for 3 consecutive years and felt he was due for a victory. I brought my best package to that show. I'd spent 6 months in contest prep, dieting precisely, training twice daily, and getting my conditioning perfect. When I stepped on stage, I knew I looked the best I'd ever looked. The judges agreed and awarded me first place in my class and overall champion. I earned my professional status. Travis placed third in our class. He congratulated me at the show, but seemed distant and upset. I understood being disappointed after preparing so hard, and I gave him space. But over the following weeks, Travis became cold and eventually stopped responding to my messages about training. Then, I started hearing whispers at the gym. People were asking questions about my prep cycle, what compounds I'd used, how I'd made such dramatic improvements. I was confused because I'd trained naturally like always. When I'd confronted people about these questions, they'd say they'd heard things but wouldn't specify sources. I got called for a random drug test by the Natural Bodybuilding Federation, which is normal for champions, but the timing felt suspicious. I took the test confidently because I'd never used anything illegal. The results came back completely clean, proving I'd won as a natural athlete. But the rumors didn't stop. People started posting on bodybuilding forums, questioning my win, suggesting the drug test had been circumvented or that I'd used substances with short detection windows. Anonymous accounts were posting detailed speculation about my supposed steroid use, comparing my physique from previous shows to my championship appearance. My sponsor, a supplement company that had signed me to a modest endorsement deal after my win, started getting emails questioning whether they wanted to be associated with an athlete accused of steroid use. The company put my contract on hold pending investigation of the allegations, essentially freezing my sponsorship income. I hired a reputation management consultant to investigate where these rumors originated. The consultant traced forum posts and social media comments back to several anonymous accounts that all posted from the same IP address range. That IP address belonged to Travis's home internet service. Travis had created multiple fake online personas to spread rumors about my steroid use. He'd posted on forums, commented on social media, sent emails to my sponsor, and systematically worked to destroy my reputation. He'd used his knowledge of bodybuilding to make the accusations sound credible, referencing specific compounds and timing that would be hard for casual observers to debunk. I confronted Travis with the evidence. He initially denied everything, but eventually admitted he'd been spreading the rumors. He said I'd stolen his victory, that I didn't deserve to win, and that there was no way I'd made such dramatic improvements without drugs. He claimed he'd been trying to expose what he believed was fraud in natural bodybuilding. His reasoning was delusional. I'd won legitimately, passed drug tests, and done nothing wrong except beat him in a competition. Travis couldn't accept that I'd simply outworked and outprepared him, so he'd convinced himself I must have cheated and launched a campaign to destroy my reputation. I showed the evidence to my sponsor and the Bodybuilding Federation. The sponsor reinstated my contract with an apology. The Federation banned Travis for 5 years for violating their ethics code by spreading false accusations about a fellow competitor. His professional bodybuilding career was essentially over. But the damage to my reputation persisted. Even after Travis was banned and the truth came out, some people still believed the rumors. Bodybuilding forums are filled with cynicism about natural athletes, and once suspicion is planted, it's nearly impossible to fully remove. People would congratulate me on my wins while adding knowing winks or comments suggesting everyone uses something. My online coaching business, which I'd built to about 30 clients before my championship win, dropped to 12 clients. People who'd signed up for coaching from a champion natural bodybuilder were canceling because they'd heard the steroid rumors and didn't trust my methods. I lost approximately $2,500 in monthly income from coaching cancellations. I sued Travis for defamation and tortious interference with business relationships. The case was straightforward because I had evidence of his anonymous posts, proof that his accusations were false via drug test results, and documentation of the business relationships he'd damaged. Travis's lawyer tried to argue his posts were opinion rather than factual statements, but the specificity of his steroid accusations undercut that defense. The court ruled in my favor and awarded me $127,000 in damages for lost business income, harm to reputation, and emotional distress. Travis was also required to post a public apology on the bodybuilding forums where he'd spread rumors, admitting he'd made false accusations and confirming my drug tests were legitimate. But Travis didn't have $127,000. He worked as a personal trainer, making about $45,000 annually, and had no significant assets. The judgment was real, but collecting it would take years through wage garnishment. I'd get maybe $400 monthly from Travis's paychecks at the current garnishment rate. Meanwhile, my reputation has slowly recovered, but not fully. I've won 2 more competitions since the controversy and passed every drug test. My coaching business has rebuilt to 25 clients, still below my pre-rumor peak. The sponsorship continues, but I haven't attracted additional endorsements because companies are wary of controversy. Travis lost everything. He was banned from competitive bodybuilding for 5 years, lost clients from his personal training business when people learned about the defamation case, and filed for bankruptcy trying to discharge the judgment against him. His bankruptcy was denied because defamation judgments aren't dischargeable. He'll be paying me $400 monthly until the judgment is satisfied, probably for the next 25 years. That brings me to last week. Travis's mother contacted me through Facebook. She said Travis has been severely depressed since losing his bodybuilding career and his business. She said he's in therapy and on medication, struggling with what he did and the consequences he's facing. She asked if I'd consider forgiving some of the judgment amount to help Travis move forward with his life. Travis's mother offered to pay me $15,000 if I'd agree to settle the remaining debt, which is about $120,000 after 18 months of garnishment payments. She said she'd take out a loan against her house to give Travis a fresh start, and that the ongoing garnishment is preventing him from ever establishing financial stability. She acknowledged that Travis did something terrible, but said he's paid a heavy price with the competition ban and loss of his business. She said continuing to extract payment for the next 25 years is excessive punishment when Travis has already lost his career and reputation. She asked me to consider mercy. The offer is practical from a financial standpoint. Getting $15,000 now versus $400 monthly for decades might make more sense, especially since Travis could always die or become disabled before paying the full amount. My lawyer says I should seriously consider the settlement, but I'm conflicted. Travis deliberately destroyed my reputation out of jealousy and spite. He cost me business relationships, sponsorship opportunities, and created doubt about my accomplishments that still persists. He only showed remorse after facing legal and professional consequences. Why should I give him financial relief when he showed me no mercy while spreading his lies? My girlfriend thinks I should take the settlement. She says Travis has suffered enough consequences, and that staying financially tied to him for 25 years keeps me anchored to this negative experience. She argues that $15,000 now lets me close this chapter and move forward completely. My training partners are divided. Some think Travis deserves to pay every cent he owes for the damage he caused. Others think he's already lost his competitive career and his business, and that extracting decades of payments is just prolonging everyone's misery. My sports psychologist, who helped me deal with the stress of the false accusations, asks what outcome would bring me actual peace. She points out that neither accepting nor rejecting the settlement will change what Travis did or fully restore my reputation. The question is, which choice lets me move forward most effectively? Travis sent me a letter through his lawyer last week. He apologized again for spreading the steroid rumors and said he'd been consumed by jealousy and ego. He said losing his competitive career has given him perspective on how destructive his behavior was. He asked me to consider his mother's settlement offer and said it would allow him to rebuild his life outside of bodybuilding. The letter felt more genuine than his previous apologies, but I can't tell if that's real growth or just desperation to escape the financial judgment. Does it matter if his remorse is genuine, if the practical effect is the same? I'm also thinking about precedent in the bodybuilding community. If I settle for a fraction of the judgment, does it send a message that spreading false steroid accusations only costs $15,000? Travis destroyed my reputation in business, and other competitors saw what happened. Accepting a settlement might look like letting him off easy, but the reality is I'm getting $400 monthly from someone who makes $45,000 a year. The full judgment may never be paid regardless of my decision. Taking $15,000 now might be better than $400 monthly for an uncertain number of years. Travis's mother said, "I have 3 weeks to consider the settlement offer before she withdraws it." She implied that if I reject it, Travis will continue making minimum payments indefinitely and will be financially connected for decades. The choice is mine. I have 20 days left to decide. Some days accepting the settlement and moving on feels like the mature choice. Other days, it feels like letting Travis buy his way out of consequences he fully deserves. I genuinely don't know which matters more: practical closure or principled justice. My investor sabotaged my startup to acquire it at bankruptcy prices. The devastating corporate betrayal orchestrated by my lead investor, a venture capitalist named Kenneth Lau, 52, has obliterated the tech startup I spent 5 years building and left me with nothing, while he profits from the company he deliberately destroyed and then acquired. I'm 37, and what Kenneth did through calculated sabotage disguised as investor guidance is so ruthless and legally sophisticated that I've spent the past 16 months trying to hold him accountable while watching him successfully operate the company he stole from me. I founded my software company, DataStream AI, 6 years ago, with a revolutionary data analytics platform for healthcare providers. I bootstrapped the first year, then raised a $2.5 million seed round from several angel investors. The product gained traction quickly, and within 3 years we had 40 healthcare clients and $4 million in annual recurring revenue. Kenneth's venture capital firm approached me about leading our Series A funding round. His firm specialized in healthcare technology and had a strong reputation for supporting founders through growth phases. Kenneth personally would join our board as part of his firm's $8 million investment at a $32 million valuation. I was thrilled to have Kenneth's experience and his firm's resources backing DataStream AI. Kenneth seemed genuinely excited about our technology and vision. He said he'd seen hundreds of startups and that we had the potential to become a major player in healthcare analytics if we executed properly on growth strategy. Kenneth joined our board and immediately started providing strategic guidance. He pushed us to grow faster, hire more aggressively, and expand into new customer segments. He connected us with potential clients, recommended executive hires from his network, and helped shape our product roadmap. His involvement seemed valuable, and his advice appeared sound. Over 18 months, we grew from 40 to 85 clients and doubled our team size to 32 employees. Revenue grew to $8.2 million annually. We were preparing for a Series B funding round that would value the company at over $100 million. Everything looked perfect on the surface, but Kenneth had been systematically undermining our financial stability. He'd advised us to offer aggressive discounts to land marquee clients, saying market share mattered more than immediate profitability. He'd pushed us to hire expensive executives at compensation levels that strained our cash flow. He'd encouraged us to invest heavily in product development for features that never drove meaningful client adoption. Every decision Kenneth influenced moved us toward burning through capital faster, while not improving our underlying unit economics. Our growth looked impressive, but our cash position was deteriorating rapidly. Kenneth kept assuring me this was normal for high-growth startups, and that the Series B funding would solve any cash concerns. Then, 3 months before we were supposed to close our Series B round, Kenneth's firm declined to participate in the funding. Kenneth said market conditions had changed, and that our unit economics weren't strong enough to justify the Series B valuation. Other potential investors who we'd been negotiating with suddenly lost interest, citing concerns about our burn rate and path to profitability. We tried to raise a smaller bridge round to extend our runway, but Kenneth's firm declined to participate in that too. Kenneth said he wanted to preserve his firm's capital for companies with clearer paths to sustainable growth. Without our lead investors' support, other investors weren't willing to put in bridge funding either. DataStream AI's cash position became critical. We had 3 months of runway and no funding prospects. I had to make massive cuts, laying off 20 employees and eliminating marketing spend. We tried to renegotiate contracts with vendors and landlords to reduce expenses. Kenneth counseled patience and said restructuring the company would make it more attractive to investors eventually. 2 months later, we were facing bankruptcy. We'd run out of cash and couldn't make payroll. Clients were canceling contracts because they'd heard about our financial instability. The company I'd spent 5 years building was collapsing. That's when Kenneth made his move. His venture capital firm offered to acquire DataStream AI's assets for $5 million, which would barely cover our outstanding debts and leave nothing for other investors or shareholders. Kenneth framed this as a generous rescue offer that would save the company and preserve jobs for remaining employees. I was suspicious, but had no alternatives. The company was days from bankruptcy, and Kenneth's offer was the only option that prevented complete liquidation. I felt I had a fiduciary duty to accept, rather than let the company fail entirely. After the acquisition closed, I learned the truth. Kenneth had deliberately sabotaged DataStream AI to acquire it at bankruptcy prices. The aggressive discounting, expensive hiring, and wasteful product investments were all strategies to burn through our capital. His firm's refusal to participate in the Series B and bridge rounds was coordinated to ensure we'd run out of funding with no alternatives. Kenneth had also been contacting other potential investors behind my back, telling them not to invest in DataStream AI because the company was poorly managed and had fundamental problems. He'd poisoned the fundraising environment to ensure his firm would be the only option when we became desperate. The evidence came from a former associate at Kenneth's firm who felt guilty about the scheme. The associate provided emails showing Kenneth had planned the entire strategy from the beginning. He'd called it compression acquisition, deliberately compressing a startup's timeline to force a distressed sale at artificially low prices. Kenneth's firm now operates DataStream AI as a subsidiary. They've implemented better financial controls, and the company is growing profitably with the same technology and many of the same clients. Kenneth essentially got a $100 million company for $5 million by manufacturing a crisis that forced a distressed sale. I sued Kenneth and his firm for fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, and tortious interference. The case has been in litigation for over a year. Kenneth's lawyers argue that his advice was good faith strategic guidance that didn't work out as planned, and that market conditions, not sabotage, caused our funding problems. Proving intentional sabotage is difficult. Kenneth can claim every decision he influenced was a reasonable strategic choice that happened to fail. The emails from his former associate help, but Kenneth's lawyers argue they're taken out of context and that compression acquisition was just internal jargon for aggressive negotiation tactics. The case is complex and expensive. I've spent over $200,000 in legal fees so far, money I had to borrow from family. Kenneth's firm has unlimited resources for legal defense. My lawyer says we have a viable case, but that going to trial is risky and expensive. Last month, Kenneth's lawyers proposed a settlement. Kenneth's firm would pay me $750,000 to drop all claims and sign a non-disclosure agreement about the settlement and the underlying dispute. The offer would give me some compensation for losing my company, but would also prevent me from publicly discussing what Kenneth did. My lawyer says the settlement is reasonable given litigation risks. Juries are unpredictable, especially in complex business cases, and continuing to trial could cost another $150,000 in legal fees with no guarantee of winning. Getting $750,000 now versus risking a loss at trial makes practical sense. But accepting feels like letting Kenneth get away with theft. He deliberately destroyed my company to acquire it cheaply and is now profiting from operating it successfully. DataStream AI is probably worth $150 million now based on its growth trajectory. Kenneth stole that value from me, and the settlement would compensate me with less than 1% of what he took. The NDA provision particularly bothers me. Kenneth wants to prevent me from warning other founders about his compression acquisition strategy. If I accept the settlement, he'll be free to do this to other startups while I stay silent about his tactics. Some advisors think I should take the settlement. They say $750,000 is meaningful money that would help me start a new company or invest in other ventures. Continuing to fight Kenneth in court is expensive, emotionally draining, and uncertain. Taking the money and moving forward might be smarter than pursuing a Pyrrhic victory. Other advisors think I should reject the settlement and take the case to trial. They say Kenneth's behavior was egregious and needs to be publicly exposed. Even if I lose at trial, the public record would warn other founders about his tactics. The startup community deserves to know what Kenneth did. My wife is concerned about our financial stability. We have 2 young kids, and I haven't had income for over a year while dealing with the lawsuit. The $750,000 would let us pay off the legal fee loans, provide stability for our family, and give me capital to start fresh. She wants me to consider the settlement seriously, even though she understands my anger. My former co-founders and early employees are divided. Some think I should fight Kenneth to the end on principle. Others think the settlement is the best outcome we're likely to get, and that I should take it. Several employees lost significant stock options when DataStream AI was acquired for bankruptcy prices, and they want Kenneth held accountable too. Kenneth sent me a personal letter through his lawyer. He apologized for how things ended with DataStream AI and said business outcomes are complex and rarely match initial expectations. He said his settlement offer was generous given the uncertainty of litigation, and that accepting it would allow both of us to move forward. The letter felt insincere, more legal strategy than genuine remorse. I consulted with a mentor who's been through a similar betrayal. He said the question isn't whether Kenneth deserves to be held accountable, which he clearly does, but whether continuing to fight serves my interests. He suggested that spending years in litigation while Kenneth profits from my company might just compound the damage he's already caused. But I keep thinking about other founders who might work with Kenneth. If I take the settlement and sign the NDA, Kenneth will be free to use compression acquisition on other startups. The venture capital industry has minimal accountability for predatory investor behavior, and Kenneth has perfected a strategy for legally stealing companies. My lawyer says I need to decide soon. Kenneth's settlement offer expires in 2 weeks, and he's indicated there won't be another one. The choice is take $750,000 now and stay silent, or continue to trial with significant legal costs and uncertain outcomes, but the possibility of public vindication and a larger award. I have 13 days to decide. Some days accepting the settlement feels like the mature, practical choice that protects my family and lets me move forward. Other days it feels like selling out and enabling Kenneth to victimize other founders while I stay silent about what he did. The decision will define how I move forward from this experience, and whether Kenneth faces any real accountability for deliberately destroying my company. I genuinely don't know which path serves justice, my family, or the broader startup community better. The settlement deadline is approaching, and I still haven't made a decision I can live with. My mentor stole my book manuscript and published it under his own name. The absolute professional betrayal I experienced from someone I deeply respected, a renowned author named Dr. Harrison Webb, 62, has destroyed my writing career before it truly started, and left me questioning whether I want to stay in publishing at all. I'm 34, and what Harrison did with a manuscript I spent 3 years writing while working as his research assistant is so calculated and devastating that I'm still grappling with whether justice or forgiveness matters more 18 months later. I met Harrison 6 years ago when I was hired as his research assistant during my graduate program in creative nonfiction. Harrison was a celebrated author with 4 best-selling books on American history, a tenured professor, and a mentor to many young writers. I was thrilled to work with him and learn from someone with his reputation and success. My job involved research, fact-checking, organizing source materials, and helping with administrative tasks for Harrison's writing projects. He paid me $35,000 annually, barely enough to live on, but I considered it an investment in my education. Harrison promised to provide mentorship, introduce me to publishing contacts, and write recommendation letters that would launch my own writing career. During my 3 years working for Harrison, I was developing my own book project on the side. I was writing a narrative non-fiction book about the forgotten women who worked as codebreakers during World War II. I'd spent years researching in archives, conducting interviews with surviving codebreakers and their families, and crafting their stories into a compelling narrative. I shared my work in progress with Harrison because he'd offered to provide feedback and guidance. He read early chapters and gave thoughtful critiques about structure and pacing. He seemed genuinely excited about my project and said it had strong commercial potential. He offered to introduce me to his literary agent once I had a complete manuscript. I finished my manuscript after 3 years of intensive work. It was 95,000 words chronicling the lives of 5 women codebreakers, based on hundreds of hours of archival research and original interviews. I'd uncovered stories that had never been told publicly and woven them into a narrative that balanced historical rigor with compelling storytelling. I gave Harrison the complete manuscript, asking for his final feedback before I submitted it to agents. He said he'd read it carefully and provide detailed notes within a month. He emphasized that this kind of book could be a major debut, and that I needed to position it properly in the market. 6 weeks later, Harrison called to say we needed to talk about my manuscript. He said he'd shared it with his agent and editor without asking me first because he wanted their professional opinions. He claimed they both saw potential, but felt the manuscript needed significant revisions that I wasn't experienced enough to execute properly. Harrison proposed a collaboration. He would substantially rewrite and restructure my manuscript using his experience and reputation. The book would be published under both our names, with him as the primary author, reflecting his greater contribution to the final product. He'd negotiate the publishing contract using his established relationships, and we'd split the advance and royalties 70-30 in his favor. I was uncomfortable with this arrangement, but Harrison framed it as my only realistic path to publication. He said, debut authors rarely sell books in this market, and that my manuscript needed his name and credibility to succeed. He implied I should be grateful he was willing to attach his reputation to my work. I reluctantly agreed to the collaboration, signing a contract Harrison's lawyer prepared. The contract gave Harrison significant control over revisions and final approval of the manuscript. It specified the 70-30 split and designated him as the primary author. I was too inexperienced and intimidated to negotiate better terms. Harrison took my manuscript and spent 4 months revising it. He changed the structure, rewrote significant portions, and added new research. When he showed me the revised version, it was still fundamentally my work, my research, my interviews, my core narrative. But Harrison had polished the prose and restructured the presentation in ways that did improve the book. The book was published 8 months ago under Harrison's name, with mine in smaller text beneath as co-author. The cover design, marketing, and publicity all emphasized Harrison's role and reputation. Reviews mentioned him prominently and treated me as a junior partner who'd contributed research assistance. The book became a bestseller, spending 12 weeks on the New York Times list. It sold over 200,000 copies, and Harrison did a major publicity tour, including national television appearances and prestigious speaking engagements. I received almost no recognition beyond occasional mentions as the research assistant who'd helped gather materials. The 70-30 royalty split meant I received about $85,000 from a book advance and royalties that totaled over $280,000. Harrison received nearly $200,000 for work that was fundamentally based on my 3 years of research and initial writing. But the greater loss was professional recognition and credibility that should have launched my own career. Then, I discovered something that changed everything. One of the surviving codebreakers I'd interviewed reached out, saying she was confused about the book. She said when I'd interviewed her 3 years earlier, I'd told her I was writing a book about women codebreakers for my own debut project. Now, she'd read the published book, and it was presented as primarily Harrison's work with me as an assistant. Her message made me reconsider the entire collaboration. I reviewed my original manuscript against the published version and realized Harrison's revisions were less substantial than he'd claimed. He'd improved the prose and restructured some chapters, but approximately 75% of the published book was my original writing, research, and interviews. He'd repackaged my work with some editorial improvements and claimed primary authorship. I consulted with an intellectual property lawyer who reviewed my original manuscript, the published book, and the collaboration contract I'd signed. The lawyer said I had a potential case for fraud because Harrison had misrepresented the extent of revisions needed and his contribution to the final work. He'd used his position of authority and my inexperience to appropriate my book. However, suing Harrison would be expensive, lengthy, and uncertain. He had resources and reputation to defend himself. The contract I'd signed, while potentially obtained through misrepresentation, gave him significant rights over the work. Challenging it would mean proving Harrison had fraudulently induced me to sign away my rights. I decided to go public instead. I wrote a detailed essay for a literary magazine explaining what happened, how Harrison had taken my manuscript and marginalized my contribution, and how the publishing industry's power dynamics allow established authors to exploit younger writers. I included documentation showing my original manuscript and the timeline of events. The essay generated significant attention in publishing circles. Other young writers came forward with similar stories about Harrison taking disproportionate credit for collaborative projects. A pattern emerged of Harrison using research assistants' work as the foundation for books published primarily under his name. Harrison responded with a statement saying he'd provided substantial editorial and structural contributions that transformed my raw manuscript into a publishable book. He said the 70-30 split reflected his greater contribution and that I'd agreed to all terms voluntarily. He claimed my essay was sour grapes from a junior writer who didn't appreciate the opportunity he'd provided. The controversy damaged Harrison's reputation, but didn't destroy it. His loyal readers and colleagues defended him, saying mentorship and collaboration are complex, and that publishing decisions often favor established names. Some argued I'd benefited from his involvement and was being ungrateful. My reputation suffered too. Some saw me as a whistleblower exposing exploitation, but others viewed me as a difficult collaborator, attacking a mentor who'd helped me. Potential agents and editors were wary of working with someone involved in public controversy with a major author. The university where Harrison teaches launched an investigation into his treatment of research assistants and graduate students. They found multiple instances of inappropriate credit allocation, but stopped short of formal sanctions. Harrison was required to attend ethics training and promised to be more transparent about collaboration terms going forward. Meanwhile, the book continues selling well. Harrison's national book tour and media appearances drove sales that benefit both of us financially through the royalty split. I'm earning money from a book that should have been my debut, but instead launched Harrison's latest success. That brings me to last month. Harrison's publisher approached me about writing a follow-up book on women's contributions to intelligence work during the Cold War. They offered a $120,000 advance for a book to be published solely under my name, positioned as a companion to the Codebreakers book. The editor said the controversy had actually raised my profile, and that readers want to see what I can do independently. It's the opportunity I've been hoping for. A substantial advance and solo credit for my own book. But accepting means working with the same publisher who marketed my first book as primarily Harrison's work. It means potentially crossing paths with Harrison at publishing events and having our books linked together indefinitely. Harrison found out about the offer and sent me an email. He congratulated me on the opportunity and said he was glad to see my career advancing. He asked if we could meet to discuss potential collaboration on the new book, suggesting his involvement could enhance the project's success, just as it did with the Codebreakers book. The audacity of Harrison thinking I'd collaborate with him again is stunning, but his email raised uncomfortable questions. Would my new book be as successful without his name attached? Had his involvement in the first book actually provided benefits that justified the 70-30 split? Was I better off continuing some kind of partnership rather than striking out completely alone? My agent, who I finally secured after the controversy raised my profile, strongly advises against any collaboration with Harrison. She says I need to establish my own identity as an author, and that continuing to work with him would perpetuate the dynamic where he takes disproportionate credit. She wants me to sign the contract for the Cold War book immediately, but I'm hesitant. The $120,000 advance is less than half what Harrison's books typically earn. What if my solo book doesn't sell well without his name? What if the controversial essay has actually damaged my reputation more than it helped? What if Harrison was right that I needed his involvement to succeed in this market? Harrison sent a follow-up email after I didn't respond. He acknowledged that our previous collaboration had become complicated, but said we'd created something successful together. He suggested a more equitable split for the new book, perhaps 60-40 or even 50-50 if I'd agree to list him as co-author again. He said our combined names would guarantee success for the Cold War project. The offer is tempting financially, but feels like accepting that I can't succeed on my own. Harrison is essentially offering me more money to continue letting him claim my work. But he's also right that our combined names would likely sell more books than mine alone, at least initially. Some writer friends say I should take Harrison's offer if it's truly 50-50, and if I can protect my interests with a better contract. They argue that ego shouldn't prevent me from making smart financial decisions, and that collaboration is common in publishing. They point out that 50% of a successful book is better than 100% of a failure. Other friends say working with Harrison again would be professional suicide for my independence. They argue I need to prove I can succeed on my own, or I'll always be seen as Harrison's junior partner. They say taking his offer validates his exploitation of the first book and makes me complicit in continuing the dynamic. The publisher needs my answer about the Cold War book contract within 2 weeks. Harrison is waiting for my response to his collaboration proposal. My agent is pressuring me to sign the solo deal immediately. I'm paralyzed by uncertainty about which path gives me the career I actually want versus the career that's most financially secure. I spent 3 years researching and writing what became the Codebreakers book, only to see Harrison take primary credit and the majority of recognition. Now I have a chance to do a similar project entirely under my own name, but with less financial security and more risk. Do I protect my independence, or accept that collaboration with Harrison, despite its problems, might be the smarter business decision? I have 13 days to make a decision that will define the trajectory of my writing career. I still don't know which path to choose. My neighbor reported me to CPS falsely, then asked me to watch her kids. The absolute chaos unleashed by my next-door neighbor, a woman named Sharon Flores, 41, through her malicious, false reports to Child Protective Services, has traumatized my children and nearly destroyed my family before the truth emerged. I'm 36, and what Sharon did out of petty neighborhood grievances while pretending to be concerned about my kids' welfare is so vindictive that I've spent the last 13 months rebuilding my children's sense of security, while Sharon now asks me for favors like nothing happened. Sharon moved in next door 3 years ago with her husband and 3 kids. Initially, we were friendly neighbors, exchanging pleasantries and occasionally helping with mail or packages. Our kids played together sometimes, though my 2 children are younger than hers. The relationship was cordial, but not particularly close. Problems started 18 months ago over a property line dispute. We hired a surveyor to install a fence on our property and discovered the survey showed Sharon's detached shed was actually 3 feet onto our property. The previous owner must have built it incorrectly, but we now legally owned the land it sat on. We approached Sharon and her husband diplomatically. We offered to let them keep the shed where it was if they'd sign an easement, formally acknowledging it was on our property. Alternatively, they could move the shed to their side of the property line at their own expense. We thought these were reasonable options given it was our land. Sharon became hostile immediately. She claimed the shed had been there for 15 years and that we were bullying her family over a technicality. Her husband was more reasonable, but Sharon refused to compromise. She said, if we forced them to move the shed or sign an easement, she'd make our lives miserable. We tried to be patient, but eventually needed to resolve the issue for legal reasons related to our property insurance. We sent a formal letter through our lawyer asking Sharon to move the shed within 60 days, or we'd pursue legal action. Sharon responded by completely cutting off contact and glaring at us whenever we were outside. 2 weeks after that letter, I got a call from Child Protective Services. A report had been filed claiming my children, ages 7 and 5 at the time, were being neglected. The allegations included leaving them unsupervised outside, not feeding them properly, and allowing them to play in dangerous conditions. A caseworker came to our home unannounced to investigate. I was blindsided and humiliated. The caseworker interviewed my children, inspected our home, and reviewed our family situation. Everything was obviously fine. My kids were healthy, well-fed, properly supervised, and living in a clean, safe environment. The investigation was closed within 2 weeks with no findings of neglect or abuse. But the experience was traumatizing for my children. They were confused and scared about why a stranger was asking them questions about their parents. My 7-year-old daughter started having anxiety about whether she'd done something wrong that brought the investigator to our house. I suspected Sharon had made the report but couldn't prove it. CPS reports are confidential, and they wouldn't tell me who filed it. Sharon started being even more hostile after the investigation, smirking when she saw me outside and making comments to other neighbors about how CPS had visited our house. 2 months later, I got another CPS call. Another report alleging neglect, this time claiming my children were frequently dirty and wearing inadequate clothing for weather, and that I'd been witnessed yelling at them in ways that suggested emotional abuse. Another investigation, another caseworker visit, another traumatic experience for my kids. Again, the investigation found nothing. My children were well cared for, and there was no evidence of neglect or abuse. But the pattern was clear. Someone was making repeated false reports, trying to harass us through the CPS system. I hired a private investigator to gather evidence. The PI interviewed neighbors and discovered that Sharon had been asking leading questions about our parenting, trying to gather material she could use in CPS reports. She'd ask one neighbor if she'd ever seen my kids outside without coats in cold weather. She'd asked another if he'd heard me yelling at my children. The third CPS report came 3 months later. This one claimed I'd left my children home alone while I went shopping, that my 5-year-old had been seen wandering the street unsupervised, and that there were concerns about inadequate medical care. The allegations were completely fabricated, but required another full investigation. This time, I'd installed security cameras around my property after the second report. The footage proved my children were never left unsupervised, never wandered alone, and that Sharon had been watching our house obsessively, apparently waiting for any moment she could twist into a CPS complaint. I provided the security footage to CPS, along with the PI's report showing Sharon's pattern of questioning neighbors and making the reports. CPS investigators confronted Sharon, and she eventually admitted she'd filed all 3 reports. She claimed she'd been legitimately concerned about my children, but the evidence showed she'd fabricated allegations out of anger about the property dispute. CPS referred Sharon's case to the police for filing false reports, a misdemeanor in our state. Sharon was charged with 3 counts of making false reports to law enforcement. The prosecutor took the case seriously because false CPS reports waste resources and traumatize families. Sharon pleaded guilty to avoid trial and received probation, community service, and mandatory counseling. She was also ordered to pay restitution for the costs of the 3 investigations. The judge was harsh in sentencing, stating that weaponizing child protection services over a property dispute was unconscionable. My children went through months of therapy to process the anxiety and confusion from the CPS investigations. My daughter developed separation anxiety and would panic when I left her at school. My son started asking if the investigators were going to take him away from us. The emotional damage Sharon caused to my children was profound. Sharon's husband divorced her 8 months ago. He apparently hadn't known she was making the CPS reports and was horrified when the truth came out. He got custody of their kids and moved across town. Sharon stayed in the house next door with her children visiting on weekends. The shed was eventually moved to Sharon's property at her expense as part of her probation conditions. The property line issue was resolved, but my family lived next door to someone who deliberately tried to have our children taken away through false abuse allegations. That brings me to 3 weeks ago. Sharon knocked on my door for the first time since her guilty plea. She was friendly and apologetic, saying she'd been in therapy dealing with her anger issues and wanted to make amends. She acknowledged that filing false CPS reports was wrong and said she understood if I couldn't forgive her. Then, she asked if I'd be willing to watch her kids occasionally when they're with her on weekends. She said her support system had fallen apart after the divorce, and she's struggling to manage childcare when she has weekend errands or appointments. She emphasized that her kids really like my children, and that supervised playdates would be good for all of them. I was speechless. Sharon filed 3 false CPS reports accusing me of child neglect and abuse, traumatized my children, and now wants me to provide childcare for her kids. The audacity was stunning. I told her I needed to think about it and closed the door. Sharon has sent me 2 text messages since then. She said she knows she's asking a lot, but hopes I can see she's changed. She mentioned that her kids miss playing with mine and that refusing to help would punish innocent children for their mother's mistakes. She offered to pay me $20 per hour for babysitting. My husband thinks I should tell Sharon to never contact us again. He says she tried to destroy our family and we owe her nothing. He's still angry about what our kids went through and doesn't want Sharon to have any access to our children or our lives. My therapist asks what I actually want rather than what I think I should want. She points out that helping Sharon isn't required, but that my reasons for declining should be about what's healthy for my family, not about punishment. If having Sharon's kids around would be harmful or stressful, that's reason enough to refuse. Some friends think I should help Sharon as a way of modeling forgiveness for my own children. They say Sharon has faced legal consequences and is trying to change, and that showing grace might be healing for everyone. They point out that her kids are innocent and might benefit from positive interaction with my family. Other friends think I'm crazy to even consider it. They say Sharon is manipulative, and that her request for childcare is another attempt to insert herself into my life and gain leverage. They worry she'll find new ways to cause problems if I give her access to our home and children. My mother-in-law thinks I should help Sharon, but only in supervised public settings like parks, never in my home, where Sharon could make new false allegations. She says Sharon's kids shouldn't be punished for their mother's actions, but that I need to protect my own family from further accusations. I'm also thinking about the message it sends to my children. If I help Sharon after what she did, am I teaching them that people can abuse others without real consequences? Or am I modeling forgiveness and compassion even when it's difficult? I genuinely don't know which lesson serves my kids better. Sharon sent another message yesterday, saying she's been asking other neighbors for childcare help, but they all know about the CPS reports and won't help her. She said I'm her last option, and that she might lose her weekend custody if she can't manage childcare during her parenting time. She implied I'd be partially responsible if her kids suffer from reduced custody with their mother. That message felt manipulative, using her custody situation to pressure me into helping. But it also might be true that her kids would be hurt if she loses custody time. Are her children's needs more important than my family's need for boundaries with someone who harmed us? My daughter, who's now 8, overheard me discussing this with my husband. She asked why Sharon's kids can't play at our house anymore. She doesn't fully understand what Sharon did and misses having neighborhood friends. When I explained that Sharon had done something hurtful to our family, my daughter asked if people who do bad things can ever become friends again. I didn't have a good answer. Part of me thinks Sharon's request is unreasonable and that I owe her nothing after the trauma she caused. But another part wonders if showing mercy might actually help my own healing and give my kids a more nuanced understanding of forgiveness and boundaries. Sharon's latest message says she needs to know by this weekend whether I'll help, because she has a work obligation next Saturday and needs to arrange childcare. The pressure to decide quickly feels like another manipulation, but it also might be a genuine time constraint. I have 4 days to give Sharon my answer. My husband wants me to say no. My therapist wants me to think about what serves my family. My friends are divided, and I'm caught between wanting to protect my children from someone who harmed them and wondering if helping might actually demonstrate strength rather than weakness. I genuinely don't know what to do, and the deadline is approaching fast. My roommate stole my research and published it under her name for tenure. The academic nightmare created by my former roommate and colleague, Dr. Simone Hayes, 41, has essentially ended my career in research before it truly began, and left me questioning whether I want to stay in academia at all. I'm 39, and what Simone did with research I'd spent 4 years developing while we shared an apartment and supposedly supported each other's work is so professionally devastating that I'm still dealing with the fallout 18 months later. Simone and I met in graduate school over a decade ago. We weren't close friends but maintained a collegial relationship through the years as we both pursued academic careers in sociology. 3 years ago, we both ended up with positions at the same mid-tier university, me as an assistant professor and Simone as an associate professor approaching her tenure review. We decided to become roommates to save money in an expensive college town, splitting a 3-bedroom house that gave us each space for a home office. Living together as colleagues worked well initially. We respected each other's space, occasionally discussed our research over dinner, and generally functioned as friendly, professional roommates. Simone was under pressure to publish more before her tenure review and frequently complained about writer's block and struggling to develop compelling research questions. I was sympathetic and offered encouragement. I was working on a major research project examining the economic impact of gentrification on minority-owned small businesses in urban neighborhoods. I'd been collecting data for 4 years, conducting hundreds of interviews, and developing a novel analytical framework. The research was groundbreaking in my field and represented the kind of work that could establish my reputation and lead to my own tenure-track success. I worked on this research at home most evenings and weekends. My home office was my primary workspace because the university office I shared with another professor was too cramped and distracting. Simone knew about my project because I'd discussed it during our conversations. She'd seemed interested and supportive, asking thoughtful questions about my methodology and findings. What I didn't know was that Simone was taking detailed notes during our conversations. She was documenting my research questions, analytical framework, preliminary findings, and methodological approach. She had access to my home office when I wasn't there because we trusted each other as roommates and didn't lock interior doors. She apparently went through my files and notes, photographing pages of research data and analysis. 15 months ago, Simone submitted her tenure packet to the University Review Committee. Part of that packet was a completed manuscript of a major research paper that she planned to publish in a top-tier sociology journal. The paper examined the economic impact of gentrification on minority-owned businesses using what she described as an innovative analytical framework she'd developed. It was my research, my framework, my interview data, my analysis, my conclusions. Simone had stolen 4 years of my work and was presenting it as her own original research for her tenure review. She'd rewritten it in her own voice and made minor changes to the structure, but the substance was entirely mine. I found out because a colleague on the tenure review committee noticed similarities between Simone's submitted manuscript and a research presentation I'd given at a departmental colloquium 6 months earlier. The colleague mentioned to me privately that it was interesting Simone and I were working on such similar projects and asked if we'd collaborated or influenced each other's work. I was confused at first because I hadn't known Simone was working on gentrification research. I asked to see her tenure packet, and the colleague, sensing something was wrong, arranged for me to review it confidentially. When I read Simone's manuscript, I felt physically sick. It was my research with her name on it. I confronted Simone immediately. She initially claimed our research had developed in parallel, that we'd discussed similar ideas and coincidentally came to similar conclusions. When I pointed out that she'd used my exact interview data from subjects I'd personally recruited and interviewed, she changed her story. She said we'd discussed the research so extensively that she'd begun to think of it as collaborative work, and she'd assumed I wouldn't mind her building on our conversations. Her reasoning was absurd. We'd never discussed collaboration. She'd stolen my research materials from my home office and passed them off as her own work. There was nothing ambiguous or gray about what she'd done. She'd committed academic fraud to secure her tenure. I reported the plagiarism to the department chair and the university's academic integrity office. The investigation began immediately, given the seriousness of the allegation, and the fact that Simone's tenure review was underway. Simone hired a lawyer and went on the defensive, claiming I was trying to sabotage her tenure out of professional jealousy. The investigation revealed the extent of Simone's theft. Digital forensics showed she'd accessed files on my computer while I was out of the house. Timestamps on her manuscript drafts proved she'd begun writing it only after my departmental presentation, not before. Most damning, she had photographs on her phone of pages from my research notebooks, taken in my home office without my knowledge or permission. Simone's tenure review was immediately suspended. The university convened a special faculty committee to examine the plagiarism allegations. The committee interviewed both of us, reviewed all evidence, and examined our respective research histories. They confirmed that Simone had plagiarized my work extensively, and that her tenure manuscript contained no original research of her own on this topic. The committee recommended Simone's dismissal from the university for academic misconduct. The university administration agreed and terminated her employment. Her tenure review was denied, and she was forced to leave the university in disgrace. The professional consequences were severe. Other universities wouldn't hire her with an academic misconduct dismissal on her record, and her reputation in sociology circles was destroyed. But the situation left me in a terrible position too. My research had been contaminated by the plagiarism scandal. Simone had submitted the manuscript to a top journal before the plagiarism was discovered. Even though the journal retracted the submission once they learned about the fraud, my research was now associated with an academic misconduct case. Other scholars in my field knew about the situation, and some viewed me with suspicion, wondering if I'd somehow been complicit, or if my research was sound given the controversy. More problematically, I couldn't publish my research in its current form because Simone's plagiarized version existed in the public record through her tenure packet. Even though she'd stolen from me, the fact that a version of the research existed with her name on it first, chronologically in the review process, created complications. Some journals were hesitant to publish my work because they worried about the appearance of dueling claims or ongoing disputes. I had to spend months working with a lawyer and academic integrity experts to establish an ironclad timeline proving the research was mine. I had to document every interview, every piece of data collection, every draft and note going back 4 years. The process was exhausting and expensive and delayed my ability to publish by over a year. I finally published the research 8 months ago in a respected journal. The work was well received academically, but the year-plus delay meant I'd lost the momentum and novelty of the findings. Other researchers had begun exploring similar questions in the time since I'd first developed the project, and my work didn't have the groundbreaking impact it would have had if published on my original timeline. The professional damage to my career trajectory is significant. I'm approaching my own tenure review, and I'm behind where I should be in terms of publications and impact. The plagiarism scandal, even though I was the victim, has shadowed my reputation. Some colleagues view me as the person involved in that messy situation with Simone, rather than as a serious independent scholar. Financially, I'm also damaged. I spent over $20,000 on lawyers to navigate the plagiarism investigation and protect my research. I had to move out of the house I shared with Simone immediately after the confrontation, breaking our lease and losing my security deposit. I had to pay for therapy to deal with the stress and betrayal. The total cost of Simone's theft has been around $30,000 when I include all the collateral expenses. Simone has tried to contact me multiple times since her dismissal. She sent emails apologizing and claiming she'd had a mental breakdown due to tenure pressure. She said she'd made terrible decisions and wished she could undo everything. She asked if there was any way I could forgive her, or at least provide a statement that might help her find work in a non-academic setting. I ignored her messages. Then, 3 months ago, Simone's lawyer contacted my lawyer. Simone was filing for bankruptcy and wanted to know if I'd be making any financial claims against her related to the plagiarism. Her lawyer mentioned that Simone was essentially destitute, unemployed, and living with family, and that any judgment against her would be discharged in bankruptcy anyway. My lawyer asked if I wanted to file a civil claim for damages. We could potentially win a judgment for the financial harm she caused me, the damage to my career, and the emotional distress. But collecting would be nearly impossible if she was truly broke, and pursuing it would keep me entangled in the situation longer. I decided not to file a claim. I wanted to be done with Simone and move forward with my career. But last month, Simone's sister contacted me through LinkedIn. She said Simone has been severely depressed since losing her career and is struggling to find any employment because of her academic misconduct record. The sister asked if I'd be willing to provide some kind of statement acknowledging that Simone had apologized and taken responsibility, something that might help her move forward professionally. The sister said Simone isn't trying to get back into academia, just trying to find basic work to survive. She said potential employers Google Simone's name and find articles about the plagiarism scandal, making her essentially unhireable. She asked if I could write something saying I'd forgiven Simone and considered the matter resolved, which might help mitigate some of the damage to her reputation. I'm torn on this. Simone stole 4 years of my research and submitted it for her tenure review. She damaged my career trajectory and cost me tens of thousands of dollars. She only showed remorse after getting caught and losing everything. Why should I help her rehabilitate her reputation when she never showed concern for the damage she caused me? But Simone's life has been completely destroyed. She's 41, unemployed, apparently depressed, and can't find work. She lost her academic career and her professional reputation. She's facing bankruptcy. At what point has someone suffered enough consequences for their actions? Does she deserve to be essentially unemployable for the rest of her life? My department chair thinks I should help Simone. He says the university has already imposed appropriate sanctions by terminating her, and that helping her find non-academic employment wouldn't diminish the seriousness of what she did. He suggests that showing mercy might help me move forward emotionally and demonstrate to the academic community that I'm not defined by this scandal. My partner thinks I shouldn't help Simone at all. She says Simone made calculated choices to steal my research and deserves to face ongoing consequences. She worries that helping Simone will make me look weak or complicit, and that I should focus on my own career rather than worrying about someone who tried to destroy it. Other colleagues are divided. Some think everyone deserves a second chance, and that I should help Simone rebuild her life outside academia. Others think Simone's academic misconduct should follow her permanently, and that I have no obligation to help someone who betrayed me so fundamentally. Simone's sister sent me a follow-up message saying Simone is willing to meet with me in person if that would help. She said Simone wants to apologize directly and explain what she was thinking, and that she understands if I still refuse to help, but hopes I'll at least hear her out. I don't know if meeting with Simone would give me closure or just reopen wounds that are finally starting to heal. I don't know if helping her would be compassionate or foolish. I don't know if she's genuinely remorseful or just desperate for anything that might improve her employment prospects. I'm supposed to respond to Simone's sister by the end of next week about whether I'll consider writing any kind of statement or meeting with Simone. I've been going back and forth for 2 weeks and still can't decide what feels right. Part of me wants to be the bigger person and help someone who's clearly suffering, even if they caused their own problems. But another part of me remembers the 4 years of research that was stolen, the damage to my career, the $20,000 in legal fees, and thinks Simone doesn't deserve my help or forgiveness. I genuinely don't know what to do. The message from Simone's sister is sitting unanswered in my LinkedIn inbox. The deadline she gave me is in 6 days. My sister sold our childhood home behind my back, then demanded I split Mom's debts. The chaos my older sister Lauren, 42, created by secretly selling our family home while I was overseas, has completely fractured what was left of our relationship after our mother's death. I'm 38, and the series of decisions Lauren made while I was unreachable has left me legally entangled in a mess I never agreed to, and financially devastated in ways I'm still discovering. Our mother passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack 14 months ago. She was only 67, and her death was a shock to both of us. Lauren and I had a decent relationship. Not super close, but we got along fine at family gatherings and stayed in touch regularly. We were both named co-executors of Mom's estate and co-owners of her house, a modest 3-bedroom home in a nice neighborhood worth about $425,000. At the time of Mom's death, I was working as a marine biologist on a research vessel in the South Pacific. I came home for the funeral and spent 2 weeks handling immediate affairs before I had to return to finish my 6-month contract. The research vessel had limited satellite communication, and I'd be mostly unreachable except for weekly email check-ins when we were in range of connectivity. Before I left, Lauren and I discussed the house. Mom had a reverse mortgage on it that needed to be dealt with, about $180,000 owed. We agreed to keep the house, refinance to pay off the reverse mortgage, and either sell it later when I was back or rent it out. Lauren said she'd handle the paperwork since she was local, and I'd be hard to reach. I trusted her to follow our plan. I signed a limited power of attorney, giving Lauren authority to handle estate matters in my absence. The document specified she could manage financial affairs related to the estate, pay bills, and handle administrative tasks. It did not give her unilateral authority to sell property, but the language was broad enough that it became a problem later. 6 months passed while I was on the research vessel. Communication was sporadic, mostly brief emails when we had satellite access. Lauren sent updates saying everything was being handled, that the estate was moving through probate normally, that she'd taken care of the house situation. I assumed she meant she'd refinanced like we discussed. When I returned to the United States and got full internet access again, I had 47 missed emails from Lauren spanning the previous 4 months. The early ones discussed selling the house instead of keeping it. The middle ones said she'd found a buyer and was moving forward with the sale. The final ones said the house had sold for $410,000, and her half of the proceeds, after paying the reverse mortgage, was being held for me. I never responded to any of those emails because I never received them in real time. The satellite connection on the research vessel was unreliable, and apparently many of her messages never reached me. From Lauren's perspective, she'd informed me about the sale, and my lack of response indicated consent. From my perspective, she'd sold our mother's house without my agreement. The situation got worse when I learned the full details. Lauren had used my power of attorney to sign closing documents on my behalf. She'd hired her own real estate agent, a friend who gave them both a discount, and pushed for a quick sale below market value. The house appraised at $450,000, but Lauren accepted $410,000 because the buyers were willing to close fast with no inspection contingencies. After paying off the $180,000 reverse mortgage and closing costs of about $28,000, the net proceeds were $202,000. Lauren took her half, $101,000, immediately. She put my half in a savings account and expected me to be grateful she'd handled everything efficiently while I was away. I was furious. We'd agreed to keep the house. That was our childhood home, the place where we grew up, where Mom had lived for 40 years. It had sentimental value beyond money, and I'd wanted time to go through it properly, to decide together what to do with it. Lauren had made a unilateral decision to sell, accepted a low offer for convenience, and acted like she'd done me a favor. Lauren's response was defensive. She said keeping the house didn't make financial sense with the reverse mortgage situation. She said I was being emotional and impractical, that selling quickly for a decent price was the smart move. She claimed she'd tried to reach me multiple times, and my failure to respond meant I was okay with her handling it. Then came the second bomb. After the house sale, Lauren discovered Mom had significant credit card debt and medical bills we hadn't known about $67,000 in total unsecured debt that needed to be paid from the estate. Lauren said we each owed $33,500 from our inheritance to settle Mom's debts. I said absolutely not. Lauren had sold the house without my real consent and taken her half immediately. If she wanted to settle Mom's debts, she could use her $101,000. I wasn't paying $33,500 in debts when I never agreed to the house sale in the first place and hadn't even received my supposed inheritance yet. Lauren lost it. Said I was being unreasonable and trying to stick her with Mom's debts. She claimed we were both legally responsible as co-executors and co-heirs. She said if I didn't pay my half, she'd sue me to force payment. She was keeping my $101,000 in the account until I agreed to settle the debts properly. I hired an estate lawyer who reviewed everything. The lawyer said Lauren had technically acted within the power of attorney I'd given her, even though she'd clearly violated our verbal agreement. The debt situation was complicated because as co-executors, we were both responsible for settling the estate properly, which included paying all valid debts before distributing inheritances. However, my lawyer found something interesting. Lauren had distributed her own inheritance to herself before the estate was fully settled and all debts were known. That was a violation of her fiduciary duty as executor. She should have ensured all debts were paid before taking any money. By taking her $101,000 immediately, she'd potentially made herself personally liable for the debts, rather than being able to pay them from estate funds. My lawyer sent Lauren a letter explaining this. If she wanted to enforce debt payment, we'd have to claw back her $101,000 distribution and start over, paying Mom's debts first and then splitting whatever remained. Under that scenario, we'd each end up with about $67,500 instead of $101,000. Or Lauren could eat the debt herself, since she'd improperly distributed funds before the estate was settled. Lauren hired her own lawyer, who disputed our interpretation. Her lawyer argued the house sale proceeds weren't technically distributed yet, since my half was still in an account, and that we should split the debt before final distribution. The two lawyers went back and forth for months, while my half of the house money sat frozen in Lauren's account. Meanwhile, I was furious about the house itself. I consulted with a property lawyer about whether I could sue Lauren for selling without proper consent. The lawyer said it would be difficult because I'd given her power of attorney with broad language, and her emails showed she'd attempted to inform me, even if I hadn't received them. I'd have to prove she knew I wasn't getting her messages and proceeded anyway, which would be nearly impossible. I did have one option, though. I could force Lauren to buy out my half of the house from me at full appraised value, rather than the discounted sale price she'd accepted. Since we were co-owners, and she'd sold without my informed consent, I could argue she owed me the difference between what I should have received at $450,000 versus what she actually got at $410,000. That difference was about $20,000 for my half. We ended up in mediation to resolve everything. Lauren was furious that I was fighting her on any of this. She kept saying she'd handled everything while I was unreachable, that I should be grateful, not angry, that I was being petty and vindictive over money, when we should be grieving Mom together. The mediator helped us reach a settlement. Lauren would pay Mom's debts from her portion since she'd distributed it prematurely. I would receive my full $101,000. Lauren would also pay me $15,000 for selling the house below market value without proper consent. A compromise between the $20,000 I wanted and the $0 she thought she owed. The total cost to Lauren was $33,500 in debt payment plus $15,000 to me, leaving her with $52,500 from her original $101,000. I ended up with $116,000 total. Lauren signed the agreement but has barely spoken to me since. That was 4 months ago. Lauren's husband called me last week saying I'd destroyed their family finances. The $48,500 Lauren paid out was money they'd been counting on for their daughter's college fund. Their daughter is a high school senior who'd been planning to attend a good private university, but now they can't afford it without significant loans. Lauren's husband said I'd essentially stolen his daughter's education by being greedy and vindictive. He said Lauren had been trying to do right by both of us, handling a difficult situation while I was unreachable, and I'd punished her for stepping up. He asked if I'd consider giving back some of the money, maybe $25,000, so their daughter could afford her first-choice school. He said it was Mom's granddaughter, and Mom would have wanted her to have educational opportunities. I told him no. Lauren made choices that benefited her and disregarded our agreement. She sold our childhood home without real consent, took money before debts were settled, and only faced consequences when forced to through mediation. Her daughter's college situation wasn't my responsibility or fault. Lauren sent me a text after her husband's call, said I was being cruel and vindictive, that I cared more about punishing her than about our niece's future. She said she'd made mistakes, but had been trying her best in a difficult situation, and that taking so much money from her was going to hurt their whole family for years. Some extended family members who know the situation think I should give some money back. They say Lauren's daughter is innocent and shouldn't suffer for her mother's mistakes. They argue that families should help each other, and that I'm comfortable enough financially that I don't need the extra $15,000 settlement as much as they need college money. Other family members think Lauren got what she deserved. They say she sold our childhood home without permission, took her money early, and only paid consequences because she got caught. They think her financial problems are her own fault, and I shouldn't reward bad behavior. My father, who divorced Mom 20 years ago and isn't involved in the estate, called to weigh in. He thinks I should help with my niece's college because she's family, regardless of what Lauren did. He offered to contribute $5,000 if I'd match it or better, trying to broker some kind of family peace. I have a good job, and the $116,000 is going into savings and retirement. I don't technically need it for anything immediate, but giving money back to Lauren feels like saying what she did was acceptable, that there are no real consequences for violating agreements and selling our mother's house without consent. My therapist says I need to decide what I can live with long term. Can I live with my niece potentially not attending her dream school because I kept settlement money? Or can I live with giving money back to someone who violated my trust and only faced consequences when legally forced to? I genuinely don't know the answer. The guilt about my niece is real, but so is the anger about what Lauren did. Lauren's husband keeps texting, asking if I've reconsidered. My niece's college deposits are due in 2 months, and they're trying to figure out financial aid and loans. Part of me thinks this isn't my problem to solve. Lauren made her choices, and they have financial consequences. But another part of me knows that my niece will be the one who really suffers, and she had nothing to do with any of this. I haven't responded to Lauren's husband's latest message. I don't know what to say, because I genuinely don't know what the right thing to do is here. My wedding photographer deleted all my photos after I refused to pay extra fees. The absolute nightmare created by my wedding photographer, a woman named Chloe Garrison, 38, has left me without any professional photos from the most important day of my life, and involved in legal battles that have overshadowed what should be happy newlywed memories. I'm 29, and what Chloe did after I disputed her excessive additional charges has created emotional devastation and financial stress that I've been dealing with for the past year. I got married 13 months ago to my husband Ryan in what was supposed to be a beautiful outdoor ceremony with 150 guests. We'd saved for 2 years to afford the wedding we wanted, budgeting carefully for every element. Photography was crucial to us because we wanted to preserve memories of the day, so we allocated $3,500 for a professional photographer. I found Chloe through a wedding vendor website where she had excellent reviews and a portfolio of beautiful wedding photography. Her standard package was $3,200 for 8 hours of coverage, including ceremony, reception, and getting ready photos. The package included all edited digital files delivered within 8 weeks and an online gallery for sharing with family and friends. We met with Chloe twice before the wedding. She was professional and enthusiastic, asking detailed questions about our vision and creating a shot list of must-have photos. She seemed experienced and confident. We signed her standard contract and paid a $1,500 deposit, with the balance due on the wedding day. The wedding day itself was perfect. Chloe arrived on time and spent the full 8 hours photographing everything from getting ready through the end of the reception. She seemed to be capturing everything, constantly moving around with her cameras, directing group shots, and catching candid moments. Ryan and I felt confident we'd have beautiful photos. 2 weeks after the wedding, Chloe sent an invoice for an additional $2,400 beyond the contracted price. She claimed the invoice covered overtime charges, travel expenses, and rush editing fees that weren't included in the original package. The charges were itemized as 2 hours of overtime at $400 per hour, $800 for travel expenses to our venue 30 miles from her studio, and $800 for expedited editing. I was shocked because none of these charges had been discussed before the wedding. The contract specified 8 hours of coverage with no mention of overtime charges if the event ran long. The venue location had been disclosed when we booked her, and she'd never mentioned travel fees. The editing timeline was 8 weeks per the contract, so charging for rush editing made no sense when we hadn't requested expedited delivery. I responded to Chloe's invoice explaining that these charges weren't in our contract and that I wouldn't pay them. I said I'd pay the remaining $1,700 balance from the original contract price, but nothing more. Chloe replied saying the additional charges were standard in the industry and that I needed to pay the full $4,100 to receive my wedding photos. I reviewed our contract with a lawyer friend. The contract had no provisions for overtime, travel fees, or rush editing charges. It specified a total price of $3,200 for the defined deliverables. My lawyer friend said Chloe couldn't legally demand payment beyond the contracted amount and that I should pay only what was agreed upon. I sent Chloe a check for $1,700, the remaining balance of the original contract price. I explained again that I was paying the full contracted amount and that her additional charges had no basis in our agreement. I requested that she deliver my wedding photos according to the 8-week timeline specified in the contract. Chloe refused to accept the payment and returned my check. She said she wouldn't provide any photos until I paid the full $4,100, including her additional charges. She claimed that as the photographer, she retained all rights to the images until full payment was received, and that I'd signed away my rights to the photos by not paying her invoice. I told Chloe I'd be filing a breach of contract claim if she didn't deliver my photos. She responded by saying she'd deleted all my wedding photos from her system because I was a difficult client refusing to pay fairly for her work. She claimed she had no obligation to maintain my photos when I wouldn't compensate her appropriately. I was devastated. My entire wedding, every moment from getting ready through the last dance, all the photos of family members who'd traveled across the country, everything was gone because Chloe had deleted the files in retaliation for my refusing to pay charges that weren't in our contract. I immediately filed a lawsuit against Chloe for breach of contract and destruction of property. My lawyer argued that Chloe had breached our contract by refusing to deliver the photos and by demanding payment beyond the agreed price. The destruction of the photos was an additional wrongful act intended to punish me for asserting my contractual rights. Chloe's defense was that she'd provided the contracted services by photographing the wedding, but that I'd forfeited my right to the photos by refusing to pay her legitimate invoice. Her lawyer argued the additional charges were customary in the wedding photography industry, even if not explicitly stated in the contract, and that my refusal to pay showed bad faith. The case went to trial after months of depositions and motion practice. During discovery, we found evidence that Chloe had a pattern of demanding additional fees from clients after weddings and withholding photos when clients disputed the charges. Several other couples came forward with similar stories of unexpected invoices and deleted photos. We also discovered that Chloe hadn't actually deleted my photos immediately. Digital forensics showed the files existed on her backup system for 6 weeks after she claimed to have deleted them. She'd lied about destroying them as a negotiating tactic, then actually deleted them later when I moved forward with the lawsuit. The jury ruled overwhelmingly in my favor. They found Chloe had breached our contract by demanding payment beyond the agreed price and refusing to deliver the photos. They found her deletion of the photos was intentional destruction of property and awarded me $85,000 in damages, about 24 times the original contract price. The damage award included $3,200 for the contract breach, $25,000 for emotional distress from losing irreplaceable wedding photos, and $56,800 in punitive damages because the jury found Chloe's conduct was willful and malicious. The jury wanted to send a message that photographers can't hold clients' photos hostage and destroy them in retaliation for contract disputes. Chloe's business immediately collapsed. Word spread in the wedding vendor community about the lawsuit and the jury verdict. Her reputation was destroyed, and she had no clients. She filed for bankruptcy trying to discharge the judgment, but intentional destruction of property isn't dischargeable in bankruptcy. The $85,000 judgment survived her bankruptcy filing, but none of that gives me back my wedding photos. I have a few snapshots that guests took with their phones, but no professional photos of getting ready, the ceremony, family formals, or most of the reception. One of the most important days of my life exists only in my memory and in guests' casual phone photos. Ryan and I tried to recreate some photos afterward. We put on our wedding attire and hired a different photographer for a session at our venue, but it wasn't the same. The joy and emotion of the actual day couldn't be recaptured. The photos look staged because they are staged, a pale imitation of what we lost. Chloe has been making garnishment payments of $350 monthly from her income at a retail job she took after her photography business failed. At that rate, it'll take over 20 years to pay the full judgment. I've received about $4,200 so far after 13 months of payments. Last month, Chloe's lawyer contacted my lawyer with a settlement proposal. Chloe is offering to pay me $12,000 from a small inheritance she received from her grandmother if I'll agree to settle the remaining judgment. The remaining balance is approximately $80,800 after the payments so far. Her offer would give me $12,000 now instead of $350 monthly for the next 19 years. Chloe's lawyer said she wants to move past this situation and that the judgment has already destroyed her photography career and forced her into bankruptcy. The lawyer emphasized that Chloe deeply regrets deleting the photos and understands the harm she caused. The settlement would allow both of us to close this chapter. My lawyer says the settlement is worth considering from a purely financial perspective. Getting $12,000 now versus waiting 19 years for monthly payments that could be interrupted by Chloe's death, disability, or another bankruptcy makes practical sense. My lawyer also points out that staying connected to Chloe through a decades-long payment plan keeps me anchored to this painful experience. But I'm struggling with the decision. Chloe deliberately deleted my wedding photos to retaliate against me for asserting my rights under our contract. She destroyed irreplaceable memories of one of the most important days of my life. The jury awarded $85,000 specifically because they found her conduct so egregious. Accepting $12,000 total feels like letting her off easy. My husband Ryan is more pragmatic. He says no amount of money will bring back our photos, and that accepting $12,000 to be done with Chloe might be better for our emotional well-being than receiving small payments for 2 decades. He wants us to move forward and focus on our future rather than staying tied to this loss. My mother thinks I should reject the settlement on principle. She says Chloe committed an unforgivable act by destroying our wedding photos and deserves to pay the full judgment the jury awarded. She argues that accepting a fraction of the judgment sends a message that photographers can destroy clients' photos with minimal consequences. Some friends think I should take the money, because $12,000 now is better than the uncertainty of 2 decades of small payments. Others think the settlement is insulting given what Chloe destroyed, and that I should enforce the full judgment to hold her accountable. My therapist, who I've been seeing to process the loss of my wedding photos, asks what outcome would actually help me heal. She points out that neither accepting nor rejecting the settlement will change what happened or give me my photos back. The question is, which choice helps me move forward with my life? Chloe wrote me a personal letter that her lawyer included with the settlement offer. She apologized for deleting my photos and said she'd been going through personal and financial stress that caused her to make a terrible decision. She said she thinks about what she did constantly and wishes she could undo it. She asked me to consider the settlement as a way for both of us to find peace. The letter felt somewhat genuine but also strategic. Chloe wants relief from a judgment that will follow her for 2 decades. Is her remorse real, or just motivated by wanting to escape consequences? And does the distinction matter if I'm trying to decide what's best for myself? I'm also thinking about the jury's intent. They awarded $85,000 specifically to punish Chloe's malicious conduct and deter other photographers from similar behavior. Accepting $12,000 might undermine the message the jury wanted to send. But the jury isn't living with the emotional weight of this situation for the next 20 years. Chloe's lawyer said, "I have 3 weeks to respond to the settlement offer." The $12,000 comes from her grandmother's inheritance, and apparently Chloe needs to know soon whether to set those funds aside for settlement or use them for her own needs. I have 16 days left to decide. Some days the practical arguments for taking the settlement make sense. Other days I think about looking at my wedding venue, knowing I'll never have professional photos of that day, and feel like Chloe shouldn't get relief from the consequences the jury imposed. I genuinely don't know what to do. Ryan wants closure. My lawyer suggests practical considerations. My mother advocates for principle. My friends are divided. And I'm caught between wanting to move forward and wanting justice for the irreplaceable loss Chloe caused. The deadline is approaching, and I still haven't made a decision I feel confident about. My yoga studio partner stole our clients and opened a competing studio next door. The complete business betrayal executed by my yoga studio co-founder, a woman I considered my closest friend named Serena Walsh, 36, has destroyed the wellness business we built together and left me financially devastated, while she thrives literally next door with the community we created. I'm 37. And what Serena did by secretly recruiting our instructors and members to abandon our shared studio for her own venture is so calculated and personally wounding that I've spent the past year trying to keep my studio alive while watching her profit from the relationships and reputation we built as partners. Serena and I met 7 years ago at a yoga teacher training program. We bonded immediately over our shared vision for creating a yoga studio that emphasized community and accessibility rather than luxury wellness trends. We both felt the yoga industry had become too commercialized and expensive, pricing out people who could benefit most from the practice. We spent 2 years planning and saving before opening Harmony Yoga Studio 4 years ago. We each invested $50,000, split ownership 50-50, and committed to building the business together. I handled the business operations, marketing, and studio management, while Serena focused on teacher training, class programming, and community outreach. The studio succeeded beyond our expectations. Within 2 years, we had 300 active members, 8 regular instructors, and a vibrant community. We weren't getting rich, but we were each taking home $60,000 annually while doing work we loved. Our members genuinely felt like family, attending not just classes but social events, workshops, and retreats we organized. Serena and I worked together seamlessly for 3 years. We made all major decisions jointly, supported each other through challenges, and celebrated successes together. I trusted her completely and considered her not just my business partner, but my best friend. Our families were close, and we'd vacation together annually. About 18 months ago, Serena started mentioning that she wanted to expand our yoga offerings to include more teacher training programs and advanced workshops. I was hesitant because teacher trainings require significant upfront investment and take instructors away from regular classes. I worried about overextending financially and disrupting the community atmosphere that made our studio special. We had several discussions about growth strategy, where I advocated for steady, sustainable expansion, while Serena pushed for more aggressive growth. I didn't think we were fundamentally opposed, just approaching growth planning with different risk tolerances. I assumed we'd find compromise, as we always had. I didn't realize Serena was planning to leave until it was too late. She'd been secretly recruiting our instructors and key members to join a new studio she was planning to open. She'd had individual conversations with our teachers, offering them better pay and more autonomy at her new venture. She'd promised founding members special lifetime membership rates if they switched to her studio. Serena gave me notice 15 months ago that she wanted to buy out my share of Harmony Yoga, or have me buy out hers. She said our visions for the studio had diverged too much to continue as partners. She offered me $40,000 for my 50% ownership, claiming the studio was worth $80,000, despite our having invested $100,000 and built it to profitability. I was shocked by the lowball offer, but more shocked when I learned about her recruitment campaign. 5 of our 8 instructors told me they'd been offered positions at Serena's new studio. Dozens of members mentioned conversations where Serena had pitched her upcoming venture. She'd been systematically undermining our partnership while discussing buyout terms. I refused Serena's buyout offer and said if anyone was buying out a partner, I'd buy her share at fair market value, which I estimated at $75,000 per partner's equity. Serena refused and said she'd see me in court if necessary. She stopped showing up at the studio and stopped contributing to operations while continuing to draw her salary under our partnership agreement. I consulted with a lawyer who reviewed our partnership agreement. The agreement had dissolution provisions, but they assumed good faith negotiation. It didn't anticipate one partner actively competing while still technically a co-owner. My lawyer said we'd likely end up in litigation, but that Serena's actions probably violated her fiduciary duties as a partner. Before I could file suit, Serena opened her new studio, which she named Zenith Wellness Collective, in a space literally next door to Harmony Yoga. She'd rented the commercial unit adjacent to ours and built it out over 3 months while we were arguing about buyout terms. The timing of Zenith's opening was strategic and devastating. Serena opened on January 2nd, when people were making New Year's resolutions and signing up for fitness memberships. She offered aggressive introductory pricing, 3 months for $99, compared to our standard $150 monthly rate. She promoted her new teacher training program starting in February. The impact on Harmony Yoga was immediate and catastrophic. 5 instructors gave notice, all moving to Zenith. Over half our members didn't renew their contracts, many explicitly saying they were switching to Serena's studio. Our January revenue dropped 60% compared to the previous year. I had to scramble to hire new instructors and rebuild our class schedule. The instructors who remained were less experienced and couldn't immediately replace the quality we'd offered. New students who tried Harmony Yoga during our vulnerable period had mediocre experiences and didn't return. Our reputation suffered as word spread that the good teachers had left. Serena continued to draw her partner's salary while her competing studio was operating. My lawyer sent a cease and desist letter demanding she stop taking distributions while competing against the business. Serena's lawyer responded that our partnership agreement gave her rights to distributions regardless of her participation level and that she wasn't competing. She'd simply started a separate business. I filed a lawsuit against Serena for breach of fiduciary duty, tortious interference with business relationships, and violation of her partnership obligations. I sought to force dissolution of our partnership, recover damages for the business harm she caused, and prevent her from continuing to draw salary while competing. The lawsuit has been in litigation for 13 months. It's been expensive and emotionally draining. I've spent over $85,000 in legal fees while watching my studio struggle to survive. Zenith Wellness has thrived with the instructors and community Serena took from Harmony Yoga. My lawyer says we have a strong case that Serena violated her duties as a partner by recruiting our instructors and members while still co-owning Harmony Yoga. However, proving damages is complicated. We need to show that Harmony's decline was caused by Serena's misconduct, rather than ordinary competition. Serena's defense is that she simply started a new business in the same industry. She claims the instructors and members who left made independent choices based on Zenith's superior offerings. She argues there's no non-compete clause in our partnership agreement and that she has a right to earn a living in her profession. The legal battle has consumed my life. Depositions, document production, motion practice, and constant meetings with lawyers have taken time away from actually running my studio. Meanwhile, Zenith has grown to over 400 members and 12 instructors. Serena is succeeding with the exact community-focused model we'd created together, just without me. Last month, the judge ordered mediation before allowing the case to proceed to trial. The mediator spent a full day with both parties trying to find resolution. Serena finally made a settlement offer. She'd pay me $120,000 for my 50% of Harmony Yoga, and I'd transfer all my ownership rights to her. She'd continue operating Harmony Yoga while also running Zenith, essentially giving her control of both studios. I'd sign a 5-year non-compete, preventing me from opening any yoga or wellness business within 20 miles. The offer would give me more than double her original $40,000 buyout proposal, but less than I believed my equity was worth. More significantly, it would require me to leave the yoga studio industry in my city for 5 years. I'd have to start over in a different career or relocate if I wanted to continue teaching yoga. My lawyer said the settlement was worth considering. Going to trial would cost another $50,000 in legal fees with uncertain outcomes. I might win a judgment for damages, but collecting could take years. Taking $120,000 now would at least let me pay off my legal debts and have some capital to start fresh. But accepting means Serena wins completely. She'd own both studios, control the entire community we built together, and effectively erase me from the yoga scene I'd spent 7 years developing. She'd profit indefinitely from our shared work, while I'd be barred from competing for 5 years. My sister thinks I should take the settlement. She says continuing to fight Serena in court while my studio struggles is destroying my health and finances. She argues that $120,000 and the freedom to start over somewhere else is better than spending another year in litigation while Harmony Yoga continues declining. My best friend thinks I should reject the settlement and fight to trial. She says Serena committed clear misconduct and deserves to face consequences. She argues that accepting the settlement rewards Serena's betrayal and gives her everything she wanted. She thinks I should fight on principle even if it's expensive. My accountant provided sobering financial analysis. Harmony Yoga is barely breaking even now. I'm working 60-hour weeks and drawing minimal salary while servicing legal debt. The business isn't sustainable long-term unless I can dramatically rebuild membership. Taking the settlement might be the only way to exit without bankruptcy. But the emotional weight of giving up feels crushing. This was my dream business, my community, and my identity. Serena was my best friend, who betrayed me in the most calculated way possible. Accepting her settlement feels like validating her theft and abandoning everything I built. Serena sent me a personal message last week, separate from legal channels. She said she knows I'm angry, but that continuing to fight hurts both of us. She said her settlement offer is generous and would let both of us move forward. She asked me to consider accepting so we could end the hostility and drama. The message felt manipulative. Serena created the hostility by stealing my instructors and members. Now she wants me to accept her buyout and non-compete so she can operate without competition or accountability. She's framing her settlement as conciliatory when it's actually her getting everything she wanted. The mediator said I have 2 weeks to respond to the settlement offer. If I reject it, we proceed to trial, which is scheduled for 4 months from now. The choice is take $120,000 and leave the yoga industry for 5 years, or continue fighting with mounting legal costs and uncertain outcomes. My therapist asks, what would feel like healing rather than winning? She points out that being vindicated in court won't repair my friendship with Serena or restore the studio we had. She suggests I consider what would actually let me move forward with my life, rather than staying anchored to anger. I'm also thinking practically about my future. I'm 37 with dwindling savings and a struggling business. The $120,000 would let me start fresh, maybe in a different city or different career. But accepting the non-compete feels like letting Serena steal my profession, not just my business. The settlement deadline is 11 days away. Some days, taking the money and starting over somewhere new feels like the healthy choice. Other days, it feels like surrender to someone who deliberately destroyed our partnership and friendship for personal gain. I genuinely don't know which serves my healing, my financial stability, or my principles better. The deadline approaches and I'm paralyzed between practical survival and fighting for justice that might never feel satisfying, even if I win.